backstage. There I go live.
And they boom, just like that.
Just like
I
that.
saw you riding around one day on something else.
Yep.
You went to the store and got a drink and some more shit. I remember that.
Yep. Right.
That's what the post star used to do, right? Basically.
Ron Tune Keffer, what's going on?
Shit, I'm chilling, fire.
That's what's up, bro.
Hell yeah.
I think I text you over there.
Yeah, you know I fuck with you. You know I fuck with you hard on that side and this side now. So
Oh, yeah.
shit.
For sure.
Hell yeah.
So let me get some people in here right quick, though. Like I said, we are into trying to monetize a little bit here. So you already know the deal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we
You know.
7 minutes in, so we straight.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna support you. You know, this is how we supposed to be, supporting one another.
Chosen, you in the building?
Okay,
Hey,
I'm
you have
in here.
another one?
I finally put a
Yeah.
face to the thing on name. Boy, these
Say what?
voices show you got he got a I just now seen his face. I never seen his face. Now I put the face with the name.
I don't want
I
no
think
It,
fire.
that
it,
helps
it,
make a
it,
better
it draws
connection.
you in. It draws you in a
Huh?
little bit more to either be a friend
It
or
yeah,
family.
yes.
Once
When
you see you,
you
cause
see
I
the
know
face,
niggas
it
look
makes
just
it
like you. My
even
best
more.
friend look just like you. Boy. My homie, man, that's like my homie.
Yeah.
Man. I don't know about the smoking her. What you think about that? So
Mm, after hours, maybe,
What you
now
said?
but
suggestion
no.
can work with you. Suggestion can
Smoking?
work.
You said smoking?
Yeah, I don't know. I know what they do
Shit.
on SARS, but SAR ain't monetized. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
but
telling you.
I mean, if they
I,
allow people to smoke, then I mean, you know, people
bro,
going hey, it's your shit. So if you want to allow, make it adult. Ain't no kids coming over here.
Mhm.
So
Mm,
if it's adult
it's an adult
content,
stream.
yeah, if it's adult content, then you allow smoking. Then guess what, motherfucker? If they smoke weed, they can blaze up on camera.
after hours, yeah. After hours, maybe.
You do that at a certain time. If we doing it at night, then yeah, of course. You know, at a certain time at night, yeah. This is for straight adults. You know what I'm saying? We doing adult content, and you know, smoking and all that's allowed.
Hmm.
I mean, cause that's when a lot of people more, you know, they relax, they comfortable in their own zone. When you doing that shit on Bigo, you getting banned.
Hmm.
I'm a mix. You want to bring something up? You want to still keep challenging the book? Let's get it.
Hold on, give me a second,
Right.
fire. I'm over here getting myself together. Oh, you know I bring some presentations out now. Give me a topic. Give me a topic, any topic. I'm sure I got a presentation for it. This is what we do over here.
Yeah, where the other brother at? I want y'all to get on that what y'all was building on the other side. Hey, Pat,
What
you gonna make the
topic, bro?
plan?
What topic?
Actually, make a run. I'm sure you make a run. I
Hey,
got me
Kepper.
Remember, you can take
a
your
Who
own
is
stuff
this
Nah, I
over
ain't
here.
going to see. I'm finna
Egyptian
see.
Shiva?
You can take your own. Who that? You want
Hey,
Sheila?
Fire, is this Egypt? Who's Ra up
You
there?
gonna take him home?
That's Black Phantom.
Black Phantom. Okay. What you wanted to get into, Black Phantom?
Both. If you hang in,
Nah. You ain't. Hold on, y'all. Nah.
I'm saying, I'm saying.
Okay. Y'all can tame your backgrounds and shit like that, man. It's no problem over here. Straight up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Cause I'm gonna do what I do, cause over here as far as trying to make it a clean experience as far as you listening to it or whatever. So
Right.
yeah. Cause you can take this and put it on your own channel and start building your own channel up.
That's what I already did. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me do this. Let me show you. All right, let me go to my playlist. All right, hold on. I'm about to share this real quick, Fire, so you can see it. All right.
Oh yeah. Damn, let me see.
All right. Let me know when it's up there. All right. So this over here is all my work. So these are all my debates over here. So what I do is when I go and talk to other people, I go straight over here, depending on what I feel like doing at the moment. So now y'all like bringing out some smoke. If I feel like saying these anachronism went up here, so I got one of these over here.
Feel like blood in the sand.
All of my information.
16 Titans.
That's what I wanted to show, Fire. So whatever I do on YouTube, anything I'm on or whatnot, I always put it in my profile on as my work. So just in case I ever gotta come back to anything or show anybody anything. Listen, I'm building a portfolio. Y'all hear me?
Right.
I know it's a lot more too I gotta get. I know I gotta go over to Kiss Happiness. I gotta get in contact with her. Cause I know all of our videos not up. I gotta see if Sister Issa Queen got any more videos that I'm in that's not up. That's what I did. That last video I showed y'all when I was over on K1 joint. That's what I did. I turned that playlist into a URL file and I sent them that playlist. And I was like, yo, this is all my work right here. Man, nigga was amazed. He was like, damn, this all the videos you on? I said, yeah. He said, oh shit, you put work in. I said, uh-huh.
Hold on one sec.
I'm here with y'all. I'm just getting myself together. Also, Fire. He did. Another good thing about this is the times like this where we got down times and stuff. You know, ain't nobody really saying nothing is really chills. He throw up a fire presentation or something up there. You know, he throw up a little panel or something that he had recorded or a debate thing, and we be sitting in here chilling. Hey, Chosen, did you share the live? I don't think she here. Let me go back out and share the live real quick, y'all. I'm gonna go to the other joint. I ain't going nowhere. Share the live though. Hold on, matter of fact, I can do it on my phone. Oh shit, I'm dropping stuff.
Yo, yo.
I'm still here with you, Fire. I ain't cammed up. You know I'm going on my date right now. Trying to get everything settled right now. I hear
Yeah,
cool.
I'm here. I'm on my way in a minute.
All right. Don't forget what you want to talk about. You know, Fire, I think I did something by accident and I didn't mean to. And now in my eyes it's getting a bad connotation. And I actually want to stop. But being the pioneer of things, right? Damn, I wish I wouldn't have started that. Saying the pioneers of shit. Who the pioneer is, and this person brought out that, and that person brought out this. And the thing is, because we gotta now, because of the people who are now making these claims, we gotta actually take a step back and be like, fuck who you got the information from. Is it accurate? Oh, my bad. I'm listen, I'm so used to being across the street. But forget who you got the information from. Is it accurate? You know, is it practical? Right? Can we put it in application? And that's important because now we have brothers that say, oh, these people stealing my style, and these people saying the same thing I said 3 years ago. And it's not only disingenuous. Hold on one second. Nah, but I had my kids in the hallway. But not only is it disingenuous rhetoric, but if you out here telling people that the Cherokees are Egyptians, I don't want to steal that. You can keep that shit. For real. You can keep that information. I don't want to steal that. You out here talking about you can get to Africa from America, you know, through the Grand Canyon. You can keep that information.
They can keep that.
I don't want nothing to do with that. Let's see what come up here. Let me see. All right. I'm about to
Hey,
read some
Humble,
YOLO.
what I wanted to talk for you about the bounce or something?
No. I was just about to read some stuff just to break the silence in the room. Go ahead, though. You in?
Oh, yeah. Now, you and the brother mentioned, what was that name y'all mentioned on the other side?
The Arkham Razors fallacy.
Right. Now that's what I want to get an understanding of that.
All right, so I could break that down for you real quick before I go into what I was going to go into, because hold on one second, let me pull that up real quick. I should have had that right here. All right, bang. Okay, let me bring this down here. All right, let me put this. All right. So the Occam's razors fallacy, right? The Occam razor
Right.
fallacy is a heuristic, a rule of thumb, basically, right? So the Occam razors fallacy is basically a fallacy built on a rule of thumb. When two explanations fit the evidence equally well, the simpler one is usually the better one.
What's up, my Mike?
Hold
All
on.
right.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, the fallacy comes in when people misuse Occam's razor. That misuse is when you're pointing to the actual fallacy, appeal to simplicity. When someone claims my explanation is simpler, therefore it is true, your explanation is too complicated, therefore it must be wrong. The simplest answer is always the right one. They are committing the appeal to simplicity fallacy. Occam razor does not say the simplest explanation is true. It says the simplest explanation is preferable. Only when all other explanations explain the evidence equally well. Most people forget the second part. How do we break it down? So let's go into the Cherokee is Egypt is an example of Occam's razor's fallacy, right? So let's say you're pointing to a perfect example of the appeal to simplicity fallacy. And is one that shows up consistently in pseudo historical arguments. Let me say that again. And it's one that shows up consistently in pseudo historical arguments. Let's break it down. Why the Cherokee are Egyptians is a fallacy, and because of their similar lifestyles is a fallacy. The argument commits the appeal of simplicity fallacy. Two groups, which is the Egyptians and the Cherokees, share similar traits. Therefore, they must be the same people. This is what I was talking about across the street when I was saying the reason people are equating these two groups is because they were both naturalistic people. You see what I'm saying? So because someone saw the fact that they were both naturalistic, they then made the conclusion that they both must have been the same people. It sounds simple, but it ignores the actual evidence, right? Similar lifestyle do not prove shared ancestry. Many unrelated cultures independently develop agriculture, mound building, clan systems, material structures, herbal medicines, cosmological symbolism. Why? Because humans in similar environments often create similar solutions. This is called convergent cultural evolution. Y'all write that down right there. Convergent cultural evolution is when humans in similar environments often create similar solutions. It's the same reasons Egyptians and Mayans both built pyramids. It's the same reasons Vikings and Polynesians both mastered ocean navigation. It's the same reason West Africans and Chinese both developed ironworking. None of these similarities prove direct descent. Let's get into it. The argument ignores the actual evidence. If someone claims Cherokee equals Egyptians, they must explain language, what I brought up across the street. Cherokee is Iconian. Egyptian is Afro-Asiatic. Those are two different language families. Genetics. Cherokee DNA clusters with another Native American group, whereas though Egyptian clusters with Western and Sub-Saharan African DNA. So their DNAs are even different. Archaeology. Cherokee material culture develops in North America over thousands of years, right? So the archaeology isn't even the same. So it says migration pattern. No evidence of Egyptian transatlantic travel show that they've ever been to the part of North America where the Cherokee settled. So this is important because when we're on these panels and we hear people say things like this, right? Now we know where these people are bringing their information from. And now we got to check the argument that they're using, such as Occam's razor. People use this argument to confuse similarity with identity. They look alike, so they must be the same. They live alike, so they must be related. This is the same flawed logic as samurai and medieval knights wore armor, so they must be the same people. That do sound ridiculous. Aztecs and Egyptians built pyramids, so they must be related. The same thing the brother, except for he was using the Cherokee, but the same thing the brother on the other across the street was trying to say. That's a ridiculous argument.
So basically, what he was saying is because the Egyptians had a red tint of skin, that they were somehow related to the Native Americans here, the Indians here.
What he was saying was because the because the Cherokee lived a similar lifestyle to the Comitian people, then they must have been the same people. They must be related some way.
No, they wasn't related in no way. It's just that they just so happen to share each other customs because they interacted with each other
with the same environment. That's what I just read. Yep.
Right.
Yep. So that's all that was what we was bringing out about Occam's razor. That's all that proves right there.
Right. Yeah, because he claimed he I guess he said he's an Indian.
Mm-hmm.
With no descendants or no blood ties to Africa, only to the Americas.
Right. Something you gotta look up though, bro. If you got a pen and piece of paper around you, bro, hold on. I got this word. It's this word. I even had to jot this shit down myself. Hold up. Dang, man. Convergent cultural evolution.
Convergent culture evolution.
Yep. CONVERGENT. Cultural CULTURAL evolution. EVOLUTION.
Okay. Yeah, because I looked up even that word Nepal used when she was talking about that social racism or social whatever she
Social
said.
race theory.
Yeah, that shit was created by Karl Marx, who was a Marxist. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? So I'm like, okay, yeah, you keep throwing that out there at God energy, but you using a Marxist rhetoric,
Exactly.
you know. So
So
yeah,
let
and
me break down what that is. So convergent cultural evolution, clean definition. Convergent cultural evolution is when different societies with no shared ancestry or contact independently develop similar cultural traits, right? So in this case, the Cherokee and the Cometians, right? They have different societies, no shared ancestry or contact, and they independently develop similar cultural traits. It's a cultural traits because they face similar environments, just like Phantom said. So the reason they came up with similar cultural traits is because they face similar environments, problems, and functional needs. So it have nothing to do with them being the same people, but it have everything to do with them going through the same experience in life, which actually points to, if you ask me, it actually goes deeper into a situation, right? Because think about that. A person in China have a similar experience to the person in Kemet, which actually designates landmass has no bearing on experience. Because a lot of people like to downplay experience if it's not a factual or accurate thing. But actually, what I think this gets into is the validation of experience, right? For an example, we go to Kemet and we see they had a concept of balance. They have a concept of how things were created, and we see their layout. And then we go probably like China, something like that, and then we see how they have similar concepts. Now, of course, an unstudied person wouldn't know to ask questions. They would just group them together. Oh, they must be, you see, because I see this over here and I see that there. No, but an educated person to ask questions. Wow, how can these two things be similar, right? And it's because they had similar experiences, even though they were thousands of miles apart from one another. Which means experiences are not only subjective. Because that's an argument that people make, that experience is solely subjective. But if experience was solely subjective, then why can two different societies experience the same thing thousands of miles away from each other and even come up with the same solution thousands of miles away from each other? So that's why this is an important tool to keep in your little notebook. I just had to write it down myself. Let me see. It's the cultural equivalent of biological convergent evolution, like wings evolving in birds, bats, and insects independently. Why does this happen? Different groups often end up with similar technology, social structures, symbols, architectural forms, religious patterns. Not because they're related, but because humans solve similar problems in similar ways. This is exactly what archaeologists and anthropologists study when distinguishing convergent evolution from actual cultural transmission. So this is what the anthropologists and the archaeologists use to distinguish when one group is converging into another group, and when one group is transmitting information from one group to another group. Okay, that's wild. Examples. It's a pyramids. Egyptians and Mayans both built pyramids independently. Clan systems. Cherokee and many African groups use clan-based identity independently. Navigation mastery. Polynesians and Vikings both developed advanced ocean navigation independently. Stone and tool traditions. Even in the early prehistory, different regions developed similar stone methods without contact. So that's crazy. It's the argument that they live similar, so they must be the same people, collapses because similar lifestyles equals expected under convergent cultural evolution. Similarity does not imply shared ancestry. Linguistics, genetics, and archaeology contradicts this claim. This is exactly the kind of pseudo-historical leap Occam's razor does not support. Let's get into it, man. So this is why we need, definitely if we get into these arenas, man, we need to know these terms, because we actually hear a lot of these fallacies being made in our communities, right? And these are some of the terms that help us identify and help name some of these fallacies, right? So I'll give an example. The Habiru and the Hebrew.
When?
You know, so
Huh? What?
all right, let me get over here real quick, y'all. So, some people don't know, so I have to remind them that Kemet sat on the African Nile Valley, culturally tied to Nubia, Kush, Punt, and the Sahara. Early dynastic art, skeletal remains, and cultural practices align with Northeast African populations, not Levantine, or European groups. Right? There's a brother by the name of Chief X, and he loves to say that the Egyptians were Caucasoid people. However, there's no evidence, and I stand for, let me cam up when I say this.
Man.
There's no evidence that the Egyptians were Caucasoid people. And let me say the original Cometians, because he made a claim to note that the original Cometians were not Caucasoid people. In fact, there is evidence that show that their phenotypes align with Nubia and Punt. So ain't no way they could be Caucasoidal people. And let's get into it, y'all. The term Kemet, KMT, right? Sometimes it's spelled KM.T, literally meaning the black land, referring to the fertile soil, but used by Cometians to distinguish themselves from foreign lands. Before borders, before colonial maps, before the word Africa existed, Kemet was already African. Cometians identified themselves through culture, not race. Identity was based on language, ritual, and belonging to the Nile Valley, not skin color categories invented in the modern era. They contrasted themselves with Nahesi. Go ahead, brother. What you were saying? My bad.
Nothing, I was talking to the homie, my bad. I thought I was on mute.
They contrasted themselves with Nahesi, Southeasterners, Nubians, the Amahu, the Asiatics, and the Jemihu, right? The Jemihu, the Libyans. These were ethnic geopolitical labels, not racial hierarchies. Commissions didn't think in black versus white. They thought in Nile Valley versus outsiders. That's powerful right there. That right there is powerful, because oftentimes in these arenas we hear the word black African, black Egyptian, black Nubian, as if that's what they considered themselves. And so it's important when we have these conversations, definitely on these type of subjects, we put these things in a proper context through the eyes of the Commissions, not through the eyes of a modern day Westerner. That's the mistake a lot of these brothers and sisters make when they speaking about this subject matter. Let's get into it. Kemet and Nubians were sister civilizations, not enemies. Chief X. I don't think he know that, because he often made that statement a lot too. They shared deities, Amun, Hathor, Akum, burial practices, artistic styles, royal intermarriages. Nubia produced elite archers, gold, cattle, culture, and spiritual traditions that deeply influenced Kemet. This is why, you know what's interesting? Me and Fire had a conversation about this a while ago, and he got on me because he didn't get any pushback when he said that. He actually stated that, right? Where he was like, you know, they're not original, you know, they got all this from Nubia. And I was like, you're right. Like, I can't, but that's because that's a thing that is known. You see what I'm saying? And the reason that's a thing that is known is because they were sister languages. I mean, they were sister civilizations. I apologize. So, let's get into this. Kemet's knowledge system was African in structure, emphasis on holistic medicine, mathematics tied to nature, agricultural cycles, ancestral renovation, cosmic balance, ma'at. Now, mathematics tied to nature is one of the ones. Holistic medicine is another one. But mathematics tied to nature, right? This right here is something that distinguishes strictly, and it plays far beyond when we look at the Hebrew Israelite tradition, right? The reason is, when we talk, whether we're talking about nature, whether we're talking about math, whether we're talking about science, history, when we're talking about this system, all of their things blend and harmonize together. So when we're talking about nature, there's math that support what's being said about the congruent of nature, or the attributes of the natural force that we're talking about, right? It's not just, so for an example, when we speak about Re, right, there's mathematical understanding that applies when the Commissions themselves spoke about Re. They didn't just speak about Re, you know, in veneration. They spoke about the route that Re takes around the sun. They actually speaks about when they speak about Gab and Ray, they speak about their relationship rotating around one another. Like, so there's things that we can see in the stories, and we can say, okay, we can see how this makes sense from a scientific and a mathematic perspective. Whereas though when we look in the Hebrew Israelite tradition, we don't get that, right? They got a Trinity. Well, I don't know. We can't say Hebrew Israelites believe in the Trinity. I know a lot of them talk against that. But and the ones that do believe in the Trinity, you know, they got a Trinity. but it's just a lot of things that they have that just don't make sense, right? They got beings being created, out of nowhere just because somebody wanted it to happen. Like, that don't happen in Kemet tradition. In Kemet tradition, they understand it take the divine masculine and the divine feminine to create. We don't see that happening in the Hebrew Israelite tradition. So a lot of things are different in that way. Kemet wasn't an anomaly. It was part of a long African tradition of scientific spirituality. Ma'at, the ethical blueprint of the Nile Valley. Ma'at equals truth, balance, reciprocity, justice, and cosmic order. It shapes law, governance, personal morale, afterlife belief. Pharaohs were judged by how well they upheld Ma'at, not by conquest alone. So now this goes into some of the motifs we find in Kemet, right? The Akhenaten's, the Queen Hatshepsut's, and the reason they were erased, so to speak, or attempted to be erased, so to speak, from history, right? Because the priesthood at that time didn't feel as though these people upheld Ma'at, or in other words, they caused Isfat. In the part of Hatshepsut, she was a female who ruled when it was normal for men to rule in a patriarchal system, basically. So that was looked at as causing Isfat, right? Far as Akhenaten, he completely changed the deity veneration where he was, right? From Amun to Aten. That was Isfat to those people. So this is why they were attempted to, be raised, or at least people made it well known that they were looked down upon in that community, right? So it wasn't just, oh, well, they didn't like her, so nah. They ethically felt as though these people didn't do something that was in balance with Ma'at. And so that's why the things that happen to these people happen to these people. Ma'at is one of the oldest ethical systems on earth, and it comes from African soil. Kemet's influence spread through diplomacy, trade, and culture. Kemet gained influence by controlling Nile trade routes, exporting religious ideas, intermarriage with foreign elites, establishing temples and administrative centers. Let's get here because I was talking to the brother Kazad, how Kemet didn't go to war over religion. They didn't go somewhere and was like, follow my God or you will die. They didn't go nowhere and say, my God told me to come kill you. They never did that. We find that in Holy Wars. We find that in the Arab conquest, right? We find that in the Abrahamic traditions. We never see anything like that in the Comitian tradition. And the reason is because they held political and economic power and educational power. So they had different means of spreading influence and spreading territory. One way they did it, right, was trade routes. Another way they did it was intermarriage, right? They didn't always need to go to war. Furthermore, because Amun told someone to, they didn't even interact with Amun in that way. So this is why it's important that when people speak about a tradition such as Kemet, they have to be very studied, or at least studied enough to have these type of conversations, or at least studied enough to know that this becomes common knowledge. So when they're speaking about these things, they won't be making these mistakes. These are basic information that we learn. Kemet didn't dominate the world with swords. They dominated with ideas, right? The spiritual system was not polytheism in the Western sense. Okay, now this talks about when my debate I had with Pitbull, right? And Shay asked me a profound question. And this is why I did say he would have got me, and I would have had to break that down. Because if you know anything about the Cometian spiritual system, you know they did not look at, for the sake of the conversation, these deities as gods. They understood, or I could say it this way, they deified natural forces. They didn't look at these natural forces as gods, but they brung these natural forces, or they put these natural forces in a physical form to where we or the common person could understand them in a better format. And so this right here reads, the spiritual system was not polytheism in the Western sense. Deities represented forces of nature, cosmic principles, aspects of the divine. Many priests describe the divine as one essence with many expressions. Okay, so here it is right here, right? So, unlike in the Western sense, right? If we go to Sumeria, we see they are polytheistic, right? They got Baal, they got Asherah, they got El, they got all these things, right? And they all represent something different. When you go to Kemet, you see all of the nature, but all of the nature, right, are different aspects of one divine nature. So this is why we often see symbolism. I remember Capone that they was talking to me about the Kefla beetle, and so when you see the nature, sometimes you often see the Kefla beetle to symbolize that all expressions comes from the one essence. So it's not looked at as, oh, well, this is the god of the sky, this is the god of the ocean, this is the god of the wind, this is the god of the land. Nah, this is the ocean, this is the land, this is the essence of the air, this is the essence of intelligence, this is the essence of the tongue, this is the essence of the light, this is the way that they thought. This is understanding Cometian spirituality through a Cometian's eyes. And unless you grasp that concept, one will not be able to properly and accurately break down or even introduce this information in a construct that would benefit someone, because they wouldn't have the proper context. I know somebody the other day was talking about context, and context is very important, very important. But when you take things out of context and put them in your own context, now you performing pseudoisms, and that's something that, that's what the bomb squad is here to get rid of. We're here to get rid of all them pseudoisms, so let it be known. Hold on, y'all. Let me calm down. Let me do my little thing real quick. Also, I was just thinking too, you know, I know it's some new cats that's trying to come up. You know, these are waspy dudes. This Owaspy religion. Hey, we on the lookout for y'all. We already know y'all pseudo. We already know what y'all coming with. And if I get a chance to talk to one of y'all brothers, I want to know what's the name of the angel that that brother channeled. That's what I want to know. I remember asking one of you brothers, who wrote the Owaspy Bible, and he said an angel wrote it. I never got a chance to ask him what was the name of the angel that wrote it. I'm back, y'all. I'm back, y'all. So one of the reasons why I personally study about the Commission information is number one, I love history, and number two, I want to know something well enough that when I talk about it, I'll do my due diligence and present it in an accurate way and not distort it. And the reason this is important is because once I make distortions to the text or the information, I am no better than the 19th, 20th century white scholars that distorted Kemet's identity to support racial hierarchy, to justify colonialism, And so we have to be very careful when we present an information about the ancient places, and we have to make sure that we're presenting them in their proper context. Now, if you're someone who you don't know and you want to get more information, you know, it's very important to ask people where, you know, for their sources. Okay, where can I go look this up at, or how can I find this information? You know, because when you actually go find the stuff for yourself, then you get to peep behind the mind of where this thought process come from, and then you can use your discernment to decide if the information that you're gaining is valuable enough to keep or trash, and you leave it by the wayside, you know. So that's why I do my due diligence, y'all. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Fire Chosen, where y'all at, y'all? I don't know. I'm gonna take off with this mug in a minute. Be up this mug presenting everything. I'm like, damn, now we done came back. We done did 10 presentations. I'm like, I know. I'm going in. I ain't trying to go in too deep, y'all. So I'm trying to leave room for conversation. Hold up. Let me see this real quick. All right. I found a new anachronism, y'all. Hold on now. Somebody got some answering to do. Hold up. So Abraham and the Philistines. Genesis 21, 32 to 34. Abraham makes a covenant with Abimelech, who is especially called king of the Philistines. Genesis 21 and 34. Abraham stays in the land of the Philistines many days. These are early and clear anachronisms in the text right here. Hey, these Hebrew Israelites got some explaining to do. Isaac and the Philistines. Isaac goes to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, in Gerar. Genesis 26 and 8. Abimelech, again called king of the Philistines, sees Isaac with Rebekah. Genesis 26, 14 to 15. The Philistines envy Isaac's wealth and stop up the wells. Genesis 26 and 18. Isaac redigs the wells which the Philistines had stopped. Wait a minute. So these people are digging wells and stopping wells. Hold up. Let's go back to Abraham real quick. So number one, Abraham makes a covenant with Abimelech. I want to know if he made a covenant with El before or after this, because Abraham got some explaining to do. He making covenants with multiple people now, with kings and gods, and and I already know what the Hebrew Israelites going to say.
I want to know what.
I know what the Hebrew Israelites going to say. They're going to say, oh, the word covenant here just mean agreement. So he just made an agreement with Abimelech. They could have just said that. Why they had to use the word covenant?
That ain't the word being used.
I agree. So clearly Abraham is somebody looking at somebody.
Clearly Abraham is receiving something in Hebrew that he ain't receiving in the English word covenant.
Hey, there you go, Fire. Hey, truly spoken by Fire, y'all. So the interesting thing is, when I go back and I be asking in Fire, you hear me talk about this all the time. Where's the proof for Abraham? Right? People always tell me absence of evidence is not evidence that Abraham did not exist. Am I lying, Fire?
That's true, right?
Now watch this. If Abraham made a covenant with a king, would that not have been written down?
You made a covenant with a vagabond. Would you write it down?
Yeah. In those days, viziers wrote everything. If I'm a king, I clearly got a vizier. If I got a vizier, he's clearly writing events that is taking place in my life.
Is the vizier ever told, hey, bro, don't write this?
No, not if they're important. Not if they're important.
Okay. Are nomadic people important?
I'm talking to a king.
I'm asking, are nomadic people important?
Yes, Abraham was important. Yes, very important. Here, think about this, Fire. Hey, Fire.
Now that you're reading
real
in a book, or
hey, Fire. If we got a group of 1,500 people show up at our borders right now and told us that they just took out China, you don't think we about to treat these people as America with some special? Yes, because that's unheard of. We can't even deal with China in a military race, and we got 1,500 people standing at our border talking about we just took. Yeah. So let's bring this back to the Bible. I'm a king and I got a general in front of me with 70 people took out 12 kingdoms. That we talk about legendary, right, Fire? That's legendary. Here we got a historical story about Sparta in 300, where 300 men fought their hardest against different armies and all of that. And at the end, they still didn't make it. Now we got 70 men who literally destroyed 12 kingdoms. And now he's standing in front of the king of Abimelech, and ain't nobody gonna write that down? Nah, man. That's like me saying Michael Jordan and not asking for an autograph. That don't even make no sense. Not only that, right? He stayed in the land of the Philistines for many days. So now in the Bible, they're telling us that we have a landmass that we know where he stayed. Now, when we go to the land of the Philistines today and they do excavation, matter of fact, let me do this real quick. I already know what it's going to say, but hold on. I think I'm going to have to open up something else real quick. All right, bang, let me put that here. All right, let's see something real quick. What archaeologists excavated Philistine? Let's see something real quick. Let's get this real quick. So there's a guy by the name of Akron, right? He's an archaeologist, Drive Thieden, the Seymour Gittin. It say these two scholars led major excavations at Ekron, one of the 5 Philistine cities that, excuse me. All right. So let's see if they found anything about Abraham at Ekron. Let's see this real quick, man. Because I'm tired of keep asking people for evidence, and people keep telling me it ain't none. But we gotta just accept the fact that it ain't none. Nah. Let's see this real quick. All right. So what I ask is, let's go back to the top real quick. What archaeology, because we talking about the Philistines and we talking about Abraham, right? So I ask, what archaeologists excavated Philistine, right? It's a major archaeologist who've excavated Philistine sites. The Philistine sites are known archaeologically for 4 primary sites: Ashkelon, Ekron, Gath, and Ashdod. Each of these sites has been excavated by major well-known archaeologists whose work defines modern Philistine studies. Okay, so these are the people who we go to get a clear cultural history about the Philistines. Okay. So then I went down real quick and I said, okay, did any of these people find anything related to Abraham here? And I started from the first one, right? I started at Ekron, right? Telmaquin, right? Archaeologist Trudy Dorthen and Seymour Gittin, right? So I started with them two. And I said, okay, did they find anything at Ekron, pertaining to Abraham, right? Short version. No, Trudy Dorthen and Seymour Gittin did not find anything at Ekron that has any connection to Abraham, the patriarchal stories, or any Middle Bronze Age Abrahamic figures. And the reason is simple but decisive. Ekron did not even exist as a Philistine city until 1200 BCE, nearly 800 years after Abraham's traditional date. What in the world? Let's dive deep into some more. What's up, brother Pitbull? We got brother Pitbull on the panel, y'all. What Dothan and Gittin actually found at Ekron, right? Their excavations uncovered Iron Age Philistine temples, Aegean style pottery, Philistine beach chrome, industrial olive oil installations. Oh wow. The Ekron Royal Dictionary inscription naming Philistine king like Oxus, son of Padi. Okay. Fortifications
Yo,
and
yo.
structures from the
Were
Iron
you
Age
lagging?
and two. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, son, I thought you were lagging.
No. You can hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Pitbull, you know?
Oh, you talked to Pitbull. Hold on one second. Go ahead, brother.
No problem. It's all good. I was trying to see was he on mic.
What you think about that, Fire? What you think about that?
We finna rebut you, man. Here in just a second on your Abraham substantiation. I think
Man,
you're looking for.
no. I'm
you're looking
asking
for
you what you think
Okay.
about Abraham dealing with the Philistines in the Bible. But then when we go historically, we realize Abraham couldn't have dealt with the Philistines because they didn't even exist. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but the Avites existed, just like the Egyptians didn't exist. The Cometians exist.
No,
Just saying, the Avites exist. So that's who Abraham dealing with. He ain't necessarily dealing with the Philistine of what you're seeing that's in 1200. What that 1200 BC?
Nah, man.
2000
BC. Handle
BC.
that. I don't.
The Philistine gonna be the Avites.
So then, why they didn't put Avites in there? Why they put Philistines?
It's because people that to do away with the ancient terminology and to upgrade to this period of time, they use modern terminology like Egypt and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Them the words they use. They ain't using.
All right. So then now, how can this be the word of God if they not even using the correct name of the
because as you find out that God is the author of confusion.
Oh, get him to it, Fire. You better get into it.
Because that's what you starting to find out, that the deity of fortune or the Gut, God from Germanic, these both, God, deity of fortune, Babylon, or either Gut, Guthon of Germanic, these both, God, they both are authors of confusion. Because we're not dealing with the text, we're not dealing with Elohim or Elohim, as you would like to say. We're not dealing with that. We're dealing with God. And God is singular. But the text say plural Elohim. So, you know, I just think in the English book, you're going to be confused.
Now, after all of that, my only question is, why do the Hebrew Israelites, why do any of the Abrahamic faith, knowing this, why do they now use this book to teach to our people that this is the most righteous message on the planet? They don't give us no original scriptures or nothing that we can grasp onto and say this is the truth. They give us this bull crap and tell us this is the most righteous teachings on the planet. You see
the colonialism, because of theology and the ability to give one's understanding from a Western seal perspective, sealed that fate for the people here in this land and all across the globe. You got people in every continent on the planet except for maybe one or two that ain't calling on Jesus, God, or Lord. So when we look at that, we gotta track down who spread these constructs. And that will lead you to the answer, because like the brother Fire just expressed, you're not dealing with all Elohim, or again, like you say, humble Elohim, it ain't none of that involved with these things.
That's true.
Again,
now let me ask you a question, Pitbull. Do you read the Bible?
I do.
Why? See, go ahead. Give me your breakdown, brother.
So I read the Bible. Majority of the translations for comparative text, and to get into the chronological theology that is within the bounds of the what we call Helios Bilios, Sun Book, Book of Deities, which they call the New Testament. When we get into the New Testament, we're gonna see these things a lot. And once I start to uncover some of these things, run into people like the brother the fire that was unraveling things, I began to see even more and more how the New Testament Bible is a book of deities. It is the express understanding at the fortitude of the reader to grasp that concept and not be bewitched or swindled by the English, Greek, Latin transliterations. Because I think that was the purpose. The English language is very diabolical, if you ask me. And I think a lot of you brothers, sisters would agree with that. But when we really look at what they did with the New Testament, they took a whole bunch of different belief systems and added it to an already solid structure in the Torah, and you get these different books after that they would connect to the original historicity that you would even see in some of your writings that we've discussed over the many years on these topics. There are, and you would agree that there are some things that would point to
Some water trying to get up.
what they call the biblical narrative, but it has a more antiquatal backdrop. There's more stonework on it. There's more archaeology. There's more historicity on these older found texts. So I think that's why I read the New Testament. I read the Bible, is to get an understanding of what has been changed within the constructs of the Torah, because the Torah is not a Bible, it's a Sefer, it's a book. You can say that, but when we get into the Bible, that's a different type of book. And that's why a lot of people have to be understood, and they have to know that these things are not the same, and they come from different confounds at way later times, constructed to deceive you from the original context. And I don't even like to use that word, but for the sake of the conversation, I use that word.
So now, brother Pitbull, you know you're my brother, right? I might give you some pushback because you so your statement that you made when I asked you why you read the Bible, right, contradicts your statement of what you on fire was just talking about this being a book of gods, and they touch this and they mess with that, and this not the original. And if y'all notice, why just not read the original? Why keep flim? That's like, what's interesting? Really fast. I'm laying my plane, Pitbull. So I remember the day I walked in here and I showed y'all across the street. I had the Book of the Dead by Wallace Budge, right? So I had that book the first 2 days, went through it, researched some things and got some information, uploaded it, on my joint. And I put that book on the side and I haven't opened it again. You know why? Because I know that Wallace Budge is a horrible translation of the book of Coming Forth by Day. So what I did was, okay, I see what he was talking about, right? And then I I got the most complete alternate translation. And then I read them side by side. And then once I got the information I needed, I didn't need that book anymore. Because I understand what I need.
I completely understand what you're asking, but that's apples and oranges in comparison to Old Testament, New Testament writings and the sole purpose of each one and the authorizer of how these things were compiled and put together. So when we get into the chronological uh, set in which these writings would have taken place, and in how in reference to the original would have been authorized to a specific people, and then when we get into the New Testament, you see that it's a whole different group of people writing these writings that could not ever be authentic because they don't come from the actual line and lineage that has the authorization to write these things. That's where it has to be understood that what the
I don't know if you know you breaking up, Hit Boy.
you say I'm breaking up.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. I can hear you now.
No, I was saying that it's identified that the constraints of the New Testament was fragmented together around the pieces of the Old Testament that we have, and it was utilized to actually write particular people into history in antiqual forms so that they could take the identity of the people from the original fragments of these i.e. writings. So when you ask the question, why don't you just get rid of the book? Well, within the constraints of that book, we were able to locate a lot of the deities, a lot of the atrocities, and it's very informational from a standpoint in which if I'm a person that has been taken into custody or into captive in any way, things have been stripped. Now I'm able to actually utilize that text to show what they have actually added newly versus what the original text prescribes or describes, because we know that the Torah is written in a format of prescription and description. So it's going to prescribe something to you, something you must do, should do, have to do, or it's going to describe something to you in the sense of these are the orders in which you should view these things and handle any grievances, etc. in these manners. So it's going to be a prescriptive and a descriptive connotation, and I hate to use that word, but I have to for the conversation, so that we can actually see again the different constraints which we find all throughout the New Testament that are not there in the Old Testament. And then again, like family trees, it's so many different things that the New Testament offers in relations to the people that are actually trying to consume one's identity, being the people from the original text. That's why I read it.
So can I want to ask you, brother, can you break down Genesis 21, 32 to 34 for me?
Let's pull
And
it up.
can you answer if that's a historical thing?
Do you already have it pulled up?
Yeah, I'll read it for you if you want me to. You want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got you. All right, so Genesis 21, 32 to 34. Abraham make a covenant with Abimelech, who is explicitly called, Abraham makes a covenant with Abimelech, king of Philistine. Abraham stays in the land of the Philistines many days, for many days. So this is Genesis 32 through 34, right? Abraham made a covenant to Abimelech, king of the Philistines. Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for many days. Can you break that down for me, please? And can you answer if that is something that happened historically?
Well, looking at this text, what does Abimelech mean to you?
He's the king of the Philistines.
And his name is Abimelech?
Yeah.
Mhm. But what does Abimelech mean?
I'm not sure about that. What it mean?
I'm asking this for a reason.
I
So
got
Abimelech means. Give me 1 second. First of all, it's an Arab. It's an Arab name. So you know, it's servant, slave. That's what Abimelech means. So let's look at the text. I want to pull it up on my end. I'm gonna pull it up on another device because I want to look at it.
So his name means my father is king.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna let the king. Mm-hmm. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, Av, father, Melech, king.
King, right? Mm-hmm. But that's an Arab, right? Well, I don't know what like how. What are you reading that in? In Hebrew?
Yeah. Av, AV, means father, right? The Aleph means father, right? Melech, that means king.
But this is not a Hebrew word though.
His name in Hebrew would have been Avimelech.
What? And
That
this
would
is
have
where the
most definitely
problem.
been his. That would have
This
most
is where
definitely
the
been his name
problem,
in Hebrew.
because in its true meaning in the Arab, which is crazy because it's not the son. It's nothing like a son. It says the servant of a king.
So
Right?
Abimelech and hold on.
Same root letters, MLK. Give me 1 second.
In Arabic, the Hebrew name of Abimelech translated into Arabic, it says, my father is king. It's the same thing. ABI, my father, Melech, king. Where are you getting slave from? Let's see what his name mean in Aramaic.
How you spelling this, bro? Because
His name in Arabic is spelled ABIMALIK. ABI, my father, Melech, king. That's his name in Arabic.
ABDAL in Arabic. That's what it would be in Arabic.
Wait, it'd be what in Arabic?
ABDALMAILK. I mean Lik.
Hold on one second. Let me do this really fast. Hey, Fire, you there? No, I gotta do this. Hold on.
Yo.
Hold on 1 second, Fire. Give me 1 second. All right. All right. You there, Fire?
Yeah, what up?
All right. Share my screen for me real quick, Brody. We about to do something real quick.
Share your screen. Let me see.
All right.
Matter of fact, homie, you know what? I had a Dumalek, not a I had a Dumalek in there. That's two different things. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Absolutely. So you're right though. Abimelech is father. The Av, you know, my father, Melech, king. Yeah, so you're right. So I mean, I want to get to. Are you asking? Is this a historical event?
Yes.
According to the text, yes, a historical event.
Now hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me one.
Pitbull, what you talking about?
Peace somewhere.
And now you need to have a debate on this motherfucking Fire.
I'm back, y'all. So my issue with you saying that, I had some background noise. So my issue with this being a historical account is number one, Abraham couldn't have met with a king Abimelech that was king of the Philistines because the Philistines and this king didn't exist during his time. And if he did, and if this is a historical event, and they made a covenant, which we know, man, if I was just talking about it as an agreement, there should have been some written evidence of this. Now, this totally dismissed. Hold on, I'm gonna land my plane right here. This totally dismissed that argument of because there is no evidence don't mean it don't exist. Because according to this text, and if this text is historic, there should be evidence. And the fact when we look for this evidence, we don't find this evidence prove that all of this is BS. And this is anachronistic, by the way.
According to who? Because again, that's why I asked you. What does this word Abimelech mean to you? Is it a name? Is it a title? In the Hebrew, and the way that this
Abimelech, yeah.
The way that this word Abimelech is utilized in antiquity, it functions as a title in royal status.
Everything.
You can't. Wait a minute. Well, this is what the scholars say. So you can argue with them all you want.
Hold on, somebody else speaking, Brody. Hey, one mic.
I don't know who that is. It's
Go
cool.
ahead, Pitbull.
What I'm saying is, the scholars agree that that's a fact, that this was utilized.
So are you saying? So answer this question.
A royal title.
So are you saying that in Genesis 21 and 32, Abraham is making a covenant with a king, the king of the Philistines? That's what that verse is saying.
Right. There you go. There you go.
That makes sense to you, Pitbull?
It does when you look at the story. What
Can I get one of these suckers?
the
Nah,
story
can't
says
get one of my suckers.
Abraham went into the Philistines for?
Now, let's talk about that because he spent many days in the Philistines, right? So again, this right here proves we can no longer talk about there not being any evidence or nobody found any evidence, because right here prove there should be enough evidence in the Philistine city of Abraham, because mind you, he spent many days there.
Brother,
Now, here's the issue with that passage.
I want to ask you.
Go ahead.
According to the text in this story, they were having a dispute. They made a treaty amongst themselves, according to the text. So
right. So where is the
written,
treaty? Where the treaty at, Pitbull?
So you're telling me when we go into the archives of antiqual information on Kemet, that we're gonna find every detail about every ruling civilization in that?
No, you're gonna find the most important.
Hey, Humble.
Find the most important.
But this is
Hey, Humble.
This is
Hey,
not
Humble
only,
and
this is
Pitbull.
only important.
Hey, Pitbull.
What's up, brother?
Hey, to get fire shit popping, won't y'all just set up a debate title, nigga, and debate it, my nigga?
It's gonna happen. It's definitely gonna happen.
Yeah, you know, this like a weigh-in or some shit. The way y'all going at it, so nigga, fire you knew on this shit.
Listen, see, this is why I be having this is the conversation I was having earlier, right? Because people don't understand how we get it in our realm, right? Me and my brother do this all day, every day, right? This is how me and my brother come and eat at the table together.
Hey, but this iron sharpening iron. So yeah, let's bring a debate. You know what I'm saying, to get shit over here popping. Let's make it a debate. You know what I'm saying? And y'all debate. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on one second, brother. Hey, Pitbull, you remember one day I told you, I think we was on TikTok, and I told you that when people see me and you interact on the outside looking in, people that don't know that we interact like this on a regular, that's exactly what it looked like.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But they don't know this is how we interact on a regular. So if this right here is what get fire page pop, yo, we do this every day. We do this every day.
No doubt.
People going to come through.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Right. Because y'all do this shit every day on Bigo. You know what I'm saying? On that side. So, nigga, to bring it over here, start making it like debates. And nigga, like GD Capone, if they all want to come over here, nigga, instead of just getting up here talking like we do over there, nigga, you got to come over here and debate me. And now we have a weigh-in where we go back and forth. And then we have motherfuckers sitting here asking questions and not talking over the person that's trying to give the answer. So we get somewhere with these bills that we be having.
Now, back to the really fast, brother. Back to the conversation, if I don't mind.
Hey, yeah, back to y'all conversation. Not to cut you off, but dealing with Abraham real quick. When you break his name down, Abraham. So research and tie his name into Ham. I guarantee you, somehow he's tied to Ham in the Bible.
Well, I'm talking about trying to prove if he was a real historical character.
He's not, but when it breaks,
listen, we got brothers that say he is. So we gotta examine and at least hear their point on why he is, and then bring out the information that we have. See, this is why I love dialogue with my brother Pitbull, because we can find a disagreement. And then we can allow each other space to, okay, Pitbull gonna bring out, why this is the way it is, or correct the misunderstanding. And then I'm gonna bring in, okay, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? You see what I'm saying? So if, like, for example, if me and you was to have a conversation on Abraham, we would probably hold a lot of similar things on Abraham, because we both understand he was not a historical character.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But brother Pitbull believes he was a historical character.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So,
right, and we are pointing out that he's not historical, and then we go into the information of time to show that he's not a historical character.
Right, but we gotta let the brothers that are, because here's the thing. At some point, I ain't gonna lie, it do look like Bully when you bombard with information. So you have to allow the other side to at least present, you know what I'm saying, at least a little bit of what they know about their side. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. I feel that exactly. Right. Total agreement.
I mean, it's one of those things where we got to understand that nomification and how semi-nomificate these leaders, they didn't leave a lot of traces, right? They built little stone figurines. They move frequently. It's so many different continuities that are wrapped up in the people themselves and how their lifestyle was. A lot of the people that people want to pin against the people for not having a solid format of archaeological evidence when these people are nomadic and they move around frequently. Their culture was a lot different than a lot of the people that they lived around, although they did consume and absorb a lot of cultural customs from others that they were around. So I think all these things have to be tied into understanding how to read the antiqual history of a people that has been not a people at a time. Until this day, in some cases, are not a people collectively because they're not understanding their sociology and who they are, where they come from. This is the very foundation of the Torah. And a lot of the antiqual trails of these people that have these customs in their culture that mimics what these antiqual people of the Torah, and then I would even go as far as to say the Tanakh, mimic so well that it's almost certainty, according to scholars, not even me saying this on my own. And this is where this nomadic, semi-nomadic understanding comes in, because I think a lot of time that get lost, that gets left out. And nomadic and semi-nomadic people, they leave very little traces. They leave very little trails. But the ability to be nomadic in certain instances and artifacts that would be left would prove to be the same people throughout these antiqual periods, especially when we get up into Iron Age and the Bronze Age, where things really start to take a turn with what we would call technology, which I don't really like to call it technology, but the inventiveness of the craftiness of those people at that time and what they were coming up with. We really have to be conscious of that, because if we don't, we'll overlook that fact and we'll be trying to force things that by I would say by nature, and I do mean the nature of those people, that it would be almost impossible to try to solidify in that fashion. But I think a lot of the things that have already been uncovered as far as the migration patterns and things of that nature solidifies a lot of the antiqual historicity of what I would call the Torah and the Tanakh.
Are you saying that the Philistines were in full operation during the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, according to the text?
What do you mean by full operation?
So when we look at the text, we see that the Philistines has kings, they have kingdoms, they have city trades, they got a lot going on. They got territorial disputes, they got a lot going on in the text. And so, and this is all happening during the lifespan of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So I'm asking, in history, if we was to say that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were real people in history, are you saying that the Philistines were a actual kingdom that actually functioned during their time?
My bad. See, like and this is a great question for the talking point that we on, because just like with a lot of the antiqual information that you would stand on or stand with, agree with, there will be clauses within the historicity of it and how these people throughout ages morphosized in title and name and what they were called. And the people that are now known today as the Philistines, the Philistines, they would have went under a different name. So again, we gotta be.
You know what question I'm gonna ask you, Pitbull? What question am I gonna ask you, Pitbull?
What were their names?
There you go. You can't just leave us hanging by. Oh well, these people went under a different name. Well, who were these people? Because the reason I gotta ask these questions is because according to the Bible, they're giving names for kings. They giving names for rulers. They interacting with these people. So for us to then say, okay, well, they changed these people names, which have mean that they changed a whole entire culture of a people. So then that means that there was a people. We just have to find out who they were. And here's the $1,000 thing about that. When we look at who these people say they were, that's the point. And that's why I specifically asked around Abraham in them time, because the way that the Philistines is functioning during Abraham's, Isaac, and Jacob's time, they don't ever come into history and function like that until way later in history. During Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob's time, there was no these people didn't exist. They didn't have kingdoms back then.
Yeah, they did though. I would have to disagree. I would have to disagree. In you asked the name, would be the Aegean people, or the my let's see how to pronounce that right correctly. The Mycenaean. These are connections though. So the main people that they would have been referenced as is the Aegeans.
All right, so the Aegeans have a king who had a king named Abimelech.
No, the name Abimelech the title Abimelech that you're calling a name is not a name at all.
All right, so we don't have a name for the king that Abraham interacted with.
Right. Excellent. Absolutely.
So can we get into these? We got to get into these texts because that's not how they reading.
Well, I mean, again, when you get into these translations, these transliterations, and things of that nature, again, when we look into the ancient antiquity, and this is why I just brought it up to you just here a second ago. If you look it up, you can look it up, do a quick search. Was the name Abimelech associated to a royal people in the sense of it was a title? Kings were called Abimelech.
Right. But now we can't use that argument when we talking about the Bible. Because so here's a verse in the Bible. Real
quick. I want to clarify something. This would fit the exact time frame of the framework of how they would utilize these words, just like the discussion we've had many a times about the title El that you seem to believe, or maybe you don't believe it anymore, but you seem to believe that that is an actual name when it's not. It's just a title.
All right. So here's what I'm saying. When we go, right, it literally say, right, Abraham makes a covenant with Abimelech, the king of the Philistines, which means if we was to put it in your reference, it would say Abraham is making a covenant with king of the Philistines. So he's not making a covenant with the king of the Philistines. He's making a covenant with the king of the Philistines, who nobody knows his name. But we can't then say that, because Isaac then talks to this same Abimelech, this same king, we saying king of kings of the Philistines, and even here he's called the king of the Philistines, which is letting people know this is his name. This is not saying that this is a title for a name. His title is the king of the Philistines. That's the title. Abimelech is his name in the Bible. See, that's why I have to give the pushback.
Well,
Because
again,
if they was just going to say Abimelech, then what was the point of them putting king of the Philistines? If we know they're in Philistine and we know that they're going to go talk to the Abimelech, why would they then say he is the king of the Philistines?
Oh. Hey, did you say King Menelik?
No, Abimelech.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Menelik.
but that's not the only Abimelech he dealt with. Abraham deals with the Abimelech. Isaac deals with an Abimelech.
No. Abraham and Isaac deals with the same Abimelech.
No, it's not the same.
That is the same Abimelech.
Watch.
Bro, okay.
Watch. Give me 1 second.
Let's figure this out.
All right.
Hold on, y'all. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just looking at it from the stance of how would it be the same Abimelech when the story from Abraham to Isaac took place over decades, and at the time that Isaac met with this king Abimelech in his time, he was already an old man. By the time Isaac's story comes around, Isaac was a full-grown man married by that time. So the maps make it unlikely. I mean the time maps Make it unlikely
So-
to be the same individual due to that fact alone.
Okay, right. So we do see that Isaac and Abraham is a doublet. Which see now when we start talking about
Wait. You
yeah,
can't
they're
say
doublets
that
of one
Abraham.
another.
Okay, what makes them a doublet?
Is because they're the same story told twice by different authors and later stitched together. So
Okay, where
so
can I find this King Abimelech at?
he's not a historical king.
Yeah, because I'm like, me and my boy sitting here like, what the fuck? Who is he? Where he at?
He ain't there, bro. I'm telling you, this is why they have to say he's a title. Because this is why they have to say that Abimelech is a title. Because when you look for Abimelech in history, it's only used as a title.
Bro, you can't say that.
Only in the Bible is it used as a name.
But
Where's it used in the Bible as a name?
In Genesis, brother. When you go to Genesis, right? I'm about to prove it right now. Listen, I'm about to prove it right now.
Not to mention, again,
hold on 1 second.
I just showed you in historical archaeology and in linguistics how this word was used as a title. When I asked you to go look that up, you never did.
Look at Genesis 21, 32, and 34, brother. You'll see Abraham is making a covenant with Abimelech.
Okay.
The king of the Philistines.
Okay.
Now,
so
if Abimelech, hold on really fast, if I may, if I can land my plane. If Abimelech was just a title, they wouldn't have added his title after his title. This is how we know it's a name and not a title. Because his title is the king of the Philistines. Why would they add his title twice? Unless Abraham is talking to the king of the Philistines. But then that don't make any sense because Isaac is also dealing with an Abimelech.
What chapter? Genesis 21, what?
32 and 34.
32 and 34. Where he called the place Beersheba because their words swear both of them. Thus they made a covenant to Beersheba. Is that what y'all saying, Beersheba?
Who is Beersheba? What? We talking about Genesis 21.
That's where I'm at, 21. I'm reading that 31, 32.
And 34.
Right. Thus made a covenant with Beersheba.
What version are you reading, bro?
The King James version. What version are y'all reading?
Beersheba. Let's see if Abimelech is ever mentioned with Beersheba.
Right. It say Beersheba. It don't say no shit about no.
That's crazy.
That's why I'm like, what the fuck? What y'all talking about? Like, that's what I said. I thought y'all talking about Menelek. But y'all, I'm like, okay, where the fuck y'all coming from?
Oh, my man just threw another monkey wrench in here.
Yeah, I'm like, where you get this king from? Where the fuck you find him at? That's why I asked. Where you find this king in the Bible? I never heard of him. Shit, me and my boy, we like I say, my man and I said, shit, we sitting here like,
oh, wait a minute, brother. Go read it again. So Genesis 21, 22 to 34, Abraham make a covenant with Abimelech at Beersheba. So Beersheba is the place where Abimelech, and that's another thing.
Hold up. Now listen.
This not this man's name.
You said 21? You said Genesis 21, right?
22, yeah.
21, 22. And it came to pass at the time of Abimelech and Philcol, or however you pronounce, the chief captain of his host, spake unto Abraham, God is with thee in all that thou doest.
All right, now stop right there. Can you go back to when you said those two names? Because one of them was Abimelech. A-B-I-M-E-L-E-C-K.
Oh, Abraham, right. In 25, it says, and Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, and Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. That his servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I wove not who have done this thing, neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today. That was 26.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, keep going.
Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave to them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, what means these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, for these 7 ewe lambs shall thou take of my hand, and that they may be witness unto me that I have digged this well. Wherefore we have called that place Beersheba, because they were swear both of them.
Now, these are 2 men having a conversation, correct?
Basically,
And you got 1 man by the name of Abraham and 1 man by the name of Abimelech, correct?
correct.
And here we seen that it already stated that he was the king of Greer, correct?
Correct.
So if Abimelech was his title and not his name, why would he be called Abimelech, the king of Greer, if king of Greer is his title?
I wouldn't know.
That you see? Now, let's actually slow this down a little bit, because do you have access to
Because Abimelech only means his father is king, brother.
So
we know names
Right.
have meanings. We know
Right.
that.
So I'm trying
So
to
just
figure out
because
why you
names
keep
have meaning
saying-
don't mean that this can't be a
But
person's name.
help me understand. Help me understand, because you, first of all, you're accusing this to be a name one again in the time, right? This name was a title for a
So back then,
particular
so help me
status.
understand this, Pitbull.
Yeah, because they had a name for generals back then. That so
Okay,
if you was the general of army, I would call you a certain name if I didn't use your surname.
Okay, so let me understand this back then. So back then they gave you 2 titles and never gave you a name.
I never said that. I don't know where you're getting that at.
That you're saying that's what the text is doing.
No, I'm saying that the text called him Abimelech, the king, right? Which, what would that mean as far as the statement? This is a person that is in the kingship of a king. This is the linguistical structure.
No,
It doesn't identify as a title. I mean, as a name.
If I am coming and I am presenting something to you,
something.
right? Let's say fire is right in the fact that I'm presenting a piece of paper to you, right? And your title is Pitbull of 144, right?
And they came to pass.
Fire is not going to write. Humble is presenting a piece of paper to Pitbull of 144, Pitbull of 144. Is that a common way that people wrote back in the day? Do you know that? I mean, do you know if that was a common writing style back in the day?
Yes. Yes.
So can you give me an example?
Most of the scholars are going to say that it's very coincidental that Isaac and Abraham ran into the same Abimelech 60 years later, approximately, right? And at the time of Abraham's encounter, he would have been around 100. By the time Isaac is born, he'd have been about 105. So by the time Isaac would have encountered, his encounter with Abimelech, that would have been like 40 to 60 years later.
Why are we saying, first we know people live to be 400 or 500 years old in the Bible, so we can't put no.
Not during the time of Abraham, brother.
Yeah, what? How old did Abraham live to be?
100 years old. Why did?
Hold on.
Nah, he was definitely older than 100, bro. He was about what? I want to say 135. Let me look though. I think it's 135. Cause he ain't that. It wasn't long after Esau. I mean, hold on real quick. It wasn't long after these two
He
encounters.
lived 175 years. He almost lived to 200 years old.
Okay, so how old was Abimelech? I'm not saying this, but I'm not saying this for how long they lived. I'm saying this in the purpose of a kingship. How long did he reign, actually? But it wouldn't have been that long. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, it never gave an age.
Well, that's why I wanted to kind of sift away from that, because that wasn't the importance of me saying their age. My purpose for saying their age was how long this Abimelech would have been reigning and ruling. And during that time, the average reign, this would have been a little bit over 100 years. And that's just not grammatical to the times and how long classes were ruling in that age. That's very unlikely, bro.
All right, so can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. So to get away from the Abimelech thing, right? Both Abimelechs had commanders. Are you familiar with them?
Yeah. I know.
What was the name of both of the Abimelech's commanders?
It's Patrol. How you say it? How you say it? Pronounce it. You know what I'm talking about. That's why you asked.
Yeah.
Pronounce it. Okay. Yeah.
Phicol.
So that's like, yeah, exactly. That's like a general, right?
Right. Now here's the thing.
Let's
see what his name means. Let's make sure this is his name and not a title.
Wow. It's gonna be a title.
Both Abimelechs, because both Abimelechs have a general with this name.
That's what I'm telling you. That's the point. When you get into that fickle, that word, it identifies. It's just like a general. How we say general now, it would have been the same principle for that. And that's part of my point. I'm glad you brought that up. I actually was going to speak on it, but we was about to get away from it. But that literally, bro, that's really what took place. That's how they were doing things. And we can't deny that fact. Like, again, a lot of the titles that were put on people were utilized in writings to identify their status.
Nah, brother. Let's see what the scholars conclude. The scholars conclude that Phicol is not a personal name; it is a literary device, just like Abimelech. The name Phicol functions like a stock character in repeated traditions. These are doublets. Genesis preserves two versions of the same story. One attached to Abraham and one attached to Isaac.
I want you to slow down for a second. Because
hold on 1 second, y'all.
Look at what you're saying. It's not saying or denoting that these are doublets. It's showing you that these titles, right?
No.
Read what you just read again, slowly.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Phicol is not a personal name. It is a literary. Hold on 1 second.
No, so I want you to stop. Right.
Okay. Damn. Hold on 1 second, bro.
No problem. I want you to stop right there because you already answered your own question. It's not a literal name. It's not. Like, you just answered your own question right there in that statement. And then it said a lot like Abimelech. Abimelech, like you were told multiple times, is not an actual physical name. It's not a name. It's a device. Like general is a device. He has a status, he has a rank, he has an order that above him and below him in proceedings and how he must carry himself when he's in his position on his post. So again, I don't, you know,
All right,
I don't see how we're not saying it.
all right, let me read it again. I'm back, y'all. So
Mhm.
it say FICO is
Shalom.
not a personal name, it is a
Stop right there.
literary device.
Could you
This
stop
don't
right there?
say it was a title.
Stop right there.
Hold on, brother. No, you can't stop me. Let's read it.
I thought we
It
was gonna
says-
slow it down. I thought we were
Okay,
gonna
we can
slow it down and
but
deal
hold
with
on.
it.
Let me get it
But no,
out
I don't
first.
want you to speed past the
I'm
part
not.
where it literally says
FICO is not a
li-
personal name.
Okay,
It is a
so
liter.
stop.
Hold on. Let me finish the statement. It is a literary device. It don't use the word title. It uses the word device. Now
Okay,
watch
cool.
this. Just like Abimelech, the name FICO. Hold on 1 second, bro. Hold on.
You literally just cut yourself, bro, by stating what I had already told you in reference to this being not a name. If you want to call it a device, fine. I call it a title. It's
Right.
still
No, hold
operating in
on.
the
Hold
same
on, though.
capacity. In the
I'm
debate,
back.
well, the argument that we're having right now is that this is or is not a name.
All
And
right,
then you
hold
cut
on.
yourself even farther by associating Abimelech to it in the same facet. So by virtue, you have been proven to yourself over and over again that Abimelech is what you've been told it is.
No,
A title.
not at
If you
all.
want
So
use
he's
the word
trying to
device,
take away.
it's
So
fine.
really fast, he's trying to take away from the fact that these are not personal names. These are literary devices. Right now, these are called stock characters. What's a stock character? A stock character is a character that functions in stock slots in repeated traditions. This is why in the Bible these are doublets. So I'm not saying they're not personal names, like they're in the Bible. Is
No.
Hold on, real fast. Hold on, let me finish
don't
up.
get to do that.
The
You
Bible
can't
is treating them like personal names. When you get behind what the Bible is doing, we find out that they're literary devices called stock characters that is repeated in traditions. These are used in doublets. Genesis preserves two versions of the same story. One's attached to Abraham, the other is attached to Isaac. Different authors, same tradition, later editors, both of them stitched to the same text. This is why we have this. So we have to now know what a stock character is. We see it's a character. It ain't say a stock label. It said a stock character, which is used to simplify a character in a story. Now, why do both stories use Abimelech and Pico? Is because they're doublets of one another, which is another reason we can know for sure this story is not real. Because either Abraham's story is real and Isaac is a retelling of Abraham's story, or Abraham is a retelling of Isaac's story.
Killing me with the scientific literacy, yo.
Man, this is crazy. Man, we need some desk keys. I appreciate you, brother Ashay. I appreciate you.
So you're saying that because what you just said, because your initial argument, you just moved the goalpost number one. Your initial argument was that these were names of people, and then you moved the goalpost to say that they're not names, they're tools, they're devices that are used to present a name that's not a name. Make it make sense, bro.
So, okay, let's go back over it. Let's go back over it, Pitbull, because we know you're very good at this. Hold on 1 second. Let's go back over it. I presented the fact that the Bible is using these terms as names. I then went further and showed you why they're names and not titles, because they already had the title attached to their name. You don't attach a title to a title. You attach a title to a name.
That has nothing to do with your argument, because you're saying that
this has everything to do with my argument.
I'm about to show you how, because for it to be a doublet, it would have to carry out the following.
They did.
Both
of them built the well.
No, what I'm saying is perverse two versions.
Are you familiar with both of these stories?
With many origins having being.
Nah, I don't think he know Isaac's story.
I don't think he know that they both deal with the well. They both deal with the dispute with King Abimelech and his well.
Story, it happened in a dream. In Isaac's story, there was no dream.
They both deal with wells.
There was no dream. In Abraham's story,
do you not understand?
I'm about to show you how this is not a doublet. No. I want to show you how this is not a doublet. In Abraham's story, Sarah was taken. In Isaac, Rebecca was not taken. There are many differences within these texts that show that there's not a doublet. And then again,
and I'm about to show you how. I'm about to show you how it is a
doublet. When it comes down to the reigning class at that time, there's no way he would have ruled for that duration of time. You would have to solidify and show me that Abimelech that you're talking about ruled all the way up until Isaac was a grown-ass man after already ruling for so many years. We're talking over 60 years when the minimum was 40. To push it to 50 is definitely in that time unheard of.
So number one,
it happened rarely.
We know their ages have nothing to deal with it because Abraham lived to 175 years old.
I'm not talking about the age.
So hold on. All right, so now let's get to. I heard you out. Let me get it in. I heard you out. So let's get into why these are doublets, right? They both meet a king named Abimelech. They both meet a king named Abimelech with a commander named Pico. Hold on, Pitbull. You gotta let me get it in, bro. Hold on, Pitbull. You gotta let me get it in. I didn't overtalk you, right? In the same, they both met a king, right, by the name of Abimelech, with a commander by the name of Pico in a region named Greer. They both met with him and had the same issue and the same pattern with a treaty and a wall in Bathsheba. Both stories follow those same patterns, both of them. Now show me where they're different.
I just showed you two examples. One happened in a dream, one had no dream, one had his wife taken, and the other one didn't. Abimelech discovers the truth in Isaac's story that does not happen in Abraham's story. So a lot of what you're saying is doublet is not there. Abraham prays for healing. Isaac ain't doing no praying for this nigga. This guy.
He terrible.
I forgot where we were at.
Terrible, bro.
The treaty is about land in Wales. Dude, it's so many different things that are not the
so we've seen the movie.
And again, stop running. I want you to stop.
So we've seen the movie. Hold on, real fast, Pitbull. So we've seen the movie The Wizard of Oz, and we've seen the movie Oz. We know that Oz is a doublet of The Wizard of Oz.
Okay, what does that have to do?
But we know that the stories happen a little. We know they have little different details.
You was about to say.
We know the story from the beginning to the end goes the exact same way. What do Dorothy do? She go to the land of Oz. Then she meet the Munchkins. Then she follow the Yellow Brick Road. Then she meet the Scarecrow. Then she meet the Tin Man. It goes the same way, just like these two stories do. And you trying to say they different because we see minor consistencies here and there. Well, in The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy's shoes was silver. In Oz, Dorothy's shoes was red. Do that change the fact that they're telling the exact same story?
Dude, we know for a fact that Oz was made off of the same story because it was a duplicate, literally. And the nothing changed from Oz to the Wizard of Oz. Nothing changed. What was the differences? Nothing.
That's the point I'm making about these two.
There's many differences in these two stories that you can't get around. And again, when I brought up the fact that
Hold on one second.
These things took place 100 years apart, at least.
I
Minimum.
may I ask a question?
Sure.
To the
What's
brother
up?
Humble, are you presenting this in a way where it's like a multiverse almost, where like it's like, you know how Spider-Man 616, you got the other Spider-Man, you got the other Spider-Man, they all kind of telling the same story, slight differences, but we know that they're from different writers at different times. So it's kind of like the Bible has a damn multiverse.
How can it be?
The
How
Bible
can it
is
be that?
literally telling the multiverse. That's facts, Ashe.
Hey, how could it be that when these were two different people completely? In these multiverse stories, it's the same character, right? With a different face.
Penny
Like,
Parker is
like,
completely
for example,
different from Peter Parker.
Say what?
Facts.
Penny Parker is completely different from Penny Parker is completely different from Peter Parker.
And that's different. And that's different from Pidar Parker. And that's different from Pig Parker. But it's all the same damn story.
What are the differences in these people that you're claiming? They lived in two different time periods.
One is a pig, one is a girl, and one is a boy. And then you got Miles Morales.
This is my point. You can do none of that. You can't show me where one is a pig, one is a boy with the situation that
one name is Isaac and one name is Isaac and one name is Abraham.
So you're saying that, okay, so who is Isaac to Abraham? Who is Abraham to Isaac?
Hey, that's something y'all gotta figure out. We don't know which story comes first.
I'm asking, according to the stories,
according to the story, Isaac, according to the story, Abraham is Peter Parker.
No,
Isaac is Miles Morales.
I said, what?
According to the biblical narrative, Isaac is Abraham's son, bro. Come on.
Yes.
Okay, so wow.
But that's according to the narrative. But we know
what I'm
that.
Saying is, so what I'm asking is, Humble. This is strictly for Humble, but if you want to speak on it, Ashe, be my guest. What I'm asking Humble is, when we look into the so-called historicity, if you don't want to believe it, fine. What I'm saying is, when we look into the time periods, when we look into the ruling class and how long kingdoms were ruling at that time, this would have not been something that the first king Abimelech would have done, being ruling in a ruling position as king for that long.
But how he got the same commander, bro? My question is, how did he got the same commander, same name, same army, same wall? How is that? Can you explain the difference, please?
Again, the point is what Humble just brought out and cut his own head off with.
Nuh-uh, people. You running from my I asked you, tell me the difference in the Abimelechs.
I'm about to explain it. Abimelech is a title. Again.
Okay, can you tell me the difference between these two Abimelechs?
They were two different men, two different kings ruling in two different
know that
times,
how?
with two
How
different armies because of the time gap. Because of the time gap.
But we know that the biblical narrative itself was written, and this is a fact, was written in all different times. So we can't put we don't have a real chronology.
But you can't. Well, we do have a chronology on age era, so you can't fit Abraham in the time frame of Isaac in the sense that he would have met the same man as a king. When again, the history shows, the scholars support. Let me finish. The scholars support the fact that this is most certainly unlikely to have taken place to be the same person, and that's why you won't look it up like I asked you to do, Humble. I asked you
number one. So number one, I just debunked that because the time period means nothing because Abraham lived to be 175 years old.
What do you mean?
You can't say
you're not listening.
Hold on.
You're not
Abraham had, hold on real fast. Let me break it down. Let me really get into it. Abraham had Jacob and Abraham had Isaac and Jacob when he was around 100 years old. I told you
These, so when he met Abimelech, Abraham was still living. He didn't die until 175 years. You acting like he died at like you acting like Abraham was born and then you act like Isaac was born and then Abraham died. No,
I never said that.
Abraham watched Isaac grow up.
How could I ever act that way when I just told
So
you?
if that's the case, then how could it have been?
I want to clarify something because I don't think you're listening to me at this point. Because I just expressed to you, right? I went and looked at some things, and when I looked at it, I broke this down. I'm gonna do it again for you, right? So in these two stories, the time difference is about 100 years in the sense of rulership, right?
Only the 30 to 60.
Stop.
Only 30 to 60.
No, it's not only 30 to 60
Yes,
because
it is.
before the encounter with Abimelech was already king there for how many years?
He was king in both of them.
What?
Right.
You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. When Isaac met with Abimelech and had his encounter, he would have been around 40 years old.
What
Right?
that mean?
That means that he would have been in rulership for well over 60 years, 65 years.
Why is that unheard of? Abraham lived to be 175
We're not
years
talking
old.
about, and this is where you're failing to understand what the scholars support in my statements. The scholars support that it's highly unlikely for him to have ruled for damn near 100 years in that time.
So Abraham can
highly
live past
unlikely.
100 years, but Abimelech can't rule for 100 years.
Right. Show me ruling classes that rule for 100
Show
years.
me
in that
Abraham
time.
living past 100
Brother,
years.
okay. Now you want to move the goalposts because you're
I'm not moving the goalpost.
What
You're trying to refute. Hold on real fast,
No.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna go after you.
Humble. You're not gonna run from this. You gotta stand in the paint like Shaq. I'm down this motherfucker like Booby or somebody, and stand on what you're saying because the fact of the matter, you gotta deal with that. Pull up something, look at something. You gotta share your screen, but give me some practical knowledge on the ruling class and how long they ruled in this time frame, and you're gonna see that most of the consensus and most of the scholars say that it is highly unlikely that he would rule for 100 years, brother. And that's
well, since we want to go with the scholars, okay, so let's go with the scholars then, right? Since we're going to go with the scholars, it is a scholastic consensus, right, that these are doublet stories of one another.
I got scholars that'll disagree.
These are the scholarly consensus.
We can war in the scholarly consensus, right, all day.
These are doublets.
I'm gonna go and get some scholars that say it's not.
And also, it is scholastically accepted.
We're here in the ring of fire. If you feel that strong about what you're saying, I'm willing to put it out there, man. We could get in the ring. We can lock horns.
Oh, you already know.
That's just what it sounds like you want to do. You want to really clash on this topic. I think you feel strong on it. I don't really think it has to be it could be a discussion. It could be a formal discussion if you want it to be.
Get in line. But you gotta get in line, bro. I got an event coming up over here, man.
No doubt. I'm just trying to set a date, Usher. I ain't trying to step on no toes. But no, I really would just push a P on Humble in the sense of
hey, listen,
we scholarship and what they say versus what I can go and show. Like I can show that there are many scholars that are gonna disagree with that outside of the realm of Jewish scholarship. Any of these scholarships that would lead one to believe they're only saying this because they believe it. We can show people that are neutral that say that these are not duplicates, and it's impossible because of the statement that I just made about kingship and how these reigns were working at that time. And I just wish you would probably just go look at it a little bit, man.
Listen,
just go check out what I said. the issue that you and I'm starting to realize, man, Pitbull is all we having a recurrent pattern in our debates, right? The issue that Pitbull be having, bro, is
he don't know the text.
He don't be tapped into the literary stuff. That be the issue, right?
The literary holds no weight.
We got. He's talking about scholars that saying that would disagree and things of that nature. I'm not just bringing any old scholar. Oh, we got scholars. I'm bringing people who are linguists in the text and who know how to identify a historical document from a non-historical document or a forgery, so to speak.
But this is what we do know.
That's important for this topic. That's important for all of the topics we get into, because the text say one thing and then history say another thing. And then you'll go with the people who try to make up their own theories instead of actually going with the people who actually study the text and show you what it said.
Again, you're saying that, but man, you would have to try that out there and prove that to validate that. I wouldn't want to even respond to that last piece you just said, but I gotta say on the fact that when you say your scholars are going to be more scholastic in their tactics on proving your position, I would have to disagree due to the fact that when we talk about linguistics, most of the scholars that I've seen you utilize get their understanding not from a Hebraic standpoint, but maybe from a Latin, Greek, Koine, English. It's going to be more of a Western seal, mainstream scholarship. It just is that way. When I see how you approach things, there's been several debates that you and I have had, and a lot of times before I can get through the surface level information, meaning that mainstream scholarship, you are proven to use these same tactics without being able to delve deeper into the more non-mainstream scholarship that has actual continuity and value through archaeology, through linguistical understandings, in various other levels of information that most would not get without doing that extra oomph of research. I think that's very important. I know you know that, but I think you've been being lazy.
Now here's the thing.
I think you've been being lazy, brother.
So we can't do that, Pitbull, because even in our last debate, we seen you use William Denver, and you ain't even read none of his books. And that's how I got you last debate. You try to use William Denver to prove monotheism, but then you didn't even read his book, which said that Islam Israel, what did he say? The Hebrews didn't start monotheism. So when we talking about scholars, we at least talking about scholarship, right? You do have to choose at this point, particularly of our careers, if I might add, on what scholars to use, because all scholars aren't credentialed. Right? Well, if I bring an accredited scholar, if we're debating and I bring a scholar that other people can validate from, and you bring a scholar that other people can't validate from, then why would we listen to your scholar when there's other scholars that can be validated?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. In that debate with you and I saw you use a lot of the same scholars I use impartiality. You frameworked your work in utilizing these scholars that I use, but a lot of the slides were partial, and it was not the full entail of what that scholar was saying. And I noticed that after the debate, which I smoked you. And a lot of people said that I smoked you.
Bro,
I didn't mean to, but I had to. But wait, let me say this. Hold on. I just want to say this real quick. And you're very intelligent and you're very good at doing that. But when it comes to ROL, Pitbull of 144, you always have to come with it, bro. And I think that I'm always gonna show one up. You,
All right.
you
Hold on
know
really
that.
fast. All right, let me get it in real fast. Pitbull, you use a brother by the name of James P. Allen, who have a book called Moses in Egypt.
Mm-hmm. What's your point?
The point is, the book itself tells you where Moses, the idea of Moses, come from. The idea of Moses in Egypt, it tells you where that come from. It's talking about how that story is a fallacy.
Of who? Who is the Moses of Egypt? Cut.
It talks about where that idea. Hold on, let me repeat myself. I don't think you heard me. Hold on, Pitbull. Let me repeat myself. I don't think you heard me. The book talks about how the idea of Moses being in Egypt came about.
Oh, now he being in Egypt came about. What I'm saying is, what story that is echoing this story that makes what you're saying valid? Or even what you're saying the scholar is saying.
So
because that book that you're referencing,
we're gonna talk about James P.
Allen. It validates the Torah more than it goes against. So, now when you take this anthropology and you try and use it.
Hold on real fast, Pitbull. Let me get into it.
No problem. I want to clarify that though.
The early Israelite people who emerged from Canaan had a fascination with Kemet. And they wanted to show, right, how they basically wanted to show a bonding between the two places. So they came up with an idea that maybe one of their patriarchs should have been born in Kemet. This is the stance of not Brother Humble Mystic. James P. Allen is saying this. He not saying, oh, well, he was a real person in Kemet. No. He's talking about how this group came up with an idea to, quote unquote, I'm paraphrasing, pledge allegiance to early Kemet. Or the early Israelites pledged allegiance to Kemet. That's what's going on in that book. He not confirming any Torah. He's not confirming any Bible. This is why in that very same book, it talks about Akhenaten being the first monotheistic reform. Talking about how the early Israelites got their tradition from them. This is what that book is talking about. This book ain't standing on the side of no Yasharal is the first monotheist. And see, if he read the book, he would have known that he wouldn't even ever use James P. Allen as a source. This is how I know he didn't read any of his sources. Right? William G. Denver got a book, The Bible Decoded, where it talks about where the early Israelites got a lot of their practices from. How they were heavily influenced by the later practices of the 14th dynasty. This is what William G. Denver book about decoding the Bible is about. He would have never used William G. Denver as a source if he known that. This is why I use William G. Denver as a source, because I know he had information to debunk anything he was saying about Israel starting monotheism. And then what do? He come and bring William G. Denver to the debate.
Oh my God.
As his source.
I'm trying to figure out what is your point, though.
Oh my God.
The point is you're using sources that even disagree with you. You used the word earlier, lazy. You used the word earlier, lazy.
Yeah,
right?
you're lazy.
And I would even counteract and say it is lazy to use a source and not know where they stand in the debate that you're using them from.
Oh my God.
That's lazy. If you're going to use a source, at least know the source is going to agree with you.
Again, Humble. So
damn, man, this is cutting deep, man.
Damn. I'm trying to figure out how the relevance aligns with the discussion because the
Man, he
Torah literally
cooking you up, man.
the Torah literally says where he was born.
They trying to go
So
to
I'm
the
trying to
Torah.
figure out how can we mistake where he was born. What is the point?
Where who was
I
born?
don't understand
What you
your
talking
point.
about? Oh, Moses? Are you
Yeah,
talking
and
about Moses?
Moshe. Yeah.
Any of the
Bro.
information that you just said, because and this is why what I use
Let me
him
pull it up.
for.
Okay, let's
Hold
do that.
on. Hold on. What I used him for in the debate with you and I had nothing to do with Moses in that sense. So for you to bring that up and try to say that the scholarship in which he speaks goes against my every stance, it's not. Come on, man. That's a stretch by every imagination. So again, nothing you just said solidified the point that you're trying to make. It's just blah blah blah
Right,
blah.
so let me say it
What
again
I'm saying is,
because I'm sure the people in the back heard me, but let me say it so you can hear it.
For you.
The reason I brought up the point of James P. Allen in his book.
I went on mute for you.
Oh, go ahead. Let me know when you
literally
finish.
just
I got
on
you.
mute for you. I was quiet for a good.
I got
4
you.
minutes. I'm gonna say this. It's gonna give me 2 minutes. The point is, nothing that you just said changed the fact that the discussion we're having is these people were where they were, moving how they were moving, and the historicity behind that is supported. Because a scholar writes one thing leaning towards my stance and one thing leaning towards your stance does not make mine invalid nor yours. I think the debate that we had, I showed and proved that monotheism was started by particular people, and that was why I won. That's the bottom line, Humble. I mean, when you attack one point and then try to use a suppositional point to validate that, I mean, that's minute, skinny legs. Come on, man. And that's why I say you lazy. But go ahead, though. I guess he don't got necessarily stepped away. But again, yeah,
My bad. Hey, hold on. Let's get into it, right? So, what did James P. Allen say about how the idea of Moses came about? Now, I'm gonna explain real fast. Let me go into it because he keep trying to sweep this under the rug, right? The whole point I'm making is if you are a scholar, if you consider yourself a researcher, if you consider yourself a debater, if you consider yourself a scholar, you should be well informed enough to know that when you bring in scholars to your debates, only bring scholars that agree with you. And so, when you're bringing a scholar to a debate that don't even agree with your point, the reason I brought up James P. Allen's book earlier, Moses in Egypt, right, is because I feel like if Pitbull would have read that book, because that's the book, honestly, that goes into how Akhenaten and reform trickled down into the Israelites and how they got that, da-da-da-da-da. If he'd have read that book, he'd have never brought James P. Allen to that debate. And the reason he'd have never brought James P. Allen is because that whole book, just that book alone, destroys his whole premise. See, I wouldn't never dare bring a scholar to a debate that don't agree with me. That was my point. So now let me get right here real fast. So Pitbull, I'm gonna bring this up and I'm gonna land my plane. Pitbull just said, right? Okay, well, Moses was raised in Egypt. And you know, James P. Allen is agreeing with the scriptures when he say Moses is raised in Egypt. James P. Allen isn't even saying Moses is a real person. James P. Allen is saying Moses is an idea the early Israelite people came up with to show their allegiance to Kemet. That's what he's saying. He's not saying, oh, well, he was a real person and this how he was raised. No. He's actually coming against the scriptures. But he's trying to put it in a, let me read it real fast. In his book, where it's gotta go down to his book and whatnot. Okay. So let me go.
But and that's the problem with a lot of Egyptologists, Humble. And it's to my point that what you were just saying, and that's why I said during our debate you read a lot of his work impartiality. Because what all he did within his work, and you said I didn't read the book, but I call BS because I'm me and I know I have it, but it's cool. I'm not gonna force you to believe that. But what I will say is when it comes down to Egyptologists like him, they do a lot of what you do. And I don't say that with shade, and I don't say that with no type of maliceness behind it. But you guys like to point out similarities between two cultures, and if that culture assumingly is younger in nature, then you would say that, oh, they got this from there. But it's never been proven any of his work in archaeology, in linguistics, in any of these things. And a lot of scholars, the viewpoint that you brought out, which had nothing to do with our debate, which is cool, but I'm saying for this conversation, it proves my point extremely well, because none of the other scholars, a lot of the other scholars, don't agree with that portion of his work. This is what made him famous, this ambidextrous style of his work, of being an Egyptologist and saying these type of things. When scholars note Egyptian parallels, they are typically arguing whether the tribes are not culturally ignorant, things of that nature. Rather the reflection of familiarity within Egyptian life is there and present. These are the things that they argue, bro. So we got to be very careful with that type of scholarship in general, because of that facet alone. And you can be subpar in the technicalities of how one would view a set of people and how they behaved and actually what they did in their culture versus the similarities of it. And we can just look at that linguistically, how languages that are similar, right, that come from the same root, you would argue that a lot of the words mean the same, but physically in within practice, they don't, and how they were utilized, and how the people actually took these different linguistical phrases and sayings and things of that nature and used them differently. So, I mean, all of that is applicable to this argument that me and you having right now. But I think that the historicity and the scholarships would support what I'm saying, versus how you're using this one person to try to critically dilute the work that you and I both put down. I'm not saying you're doing it maliciously, but I'm just showing that the understanding that one would have for how a person like what's his face, Allen, would will view things, brother, especially in this body of work that you're speaking on.
I mean, there's so what it's so funny, right? Because we can't ignore the word consensus, right? We love that word, the consensus, right? So another, it's not, and it wasn't even just James P. Allen, you know, I'm just talking, you know, these are just examples, you know what I'm saying? But also William Denver is another one we use, right? We use the same scholar as William Denver. And so the thing about it is that when we're using, again, I use the scholars I use for my, let me cam up when I say this. I use the scholars that I use for my debates because I already know what their stance is. That's why I use them. And so when we get in here and we using our scholars and things of this nature, matter of fact, let me make this more relevant. You'll never hear me say, oh man, Infodigi say some wild things, man.
Right.
Because y'all hear me talk about him a whole lot. If I talk about him, I must follow his work to some degree. If me personally, I'm gonna talk about me personally. If I follow your work to some degree, you must be doing something correct in your field.
No problem. I have no problem with that.
You know what I'm saying? So we can't give them credit in their field in one instance, and then, you know, when we see that it disagree with us, now we take our credit back.
Well, now that's where I don't want you to stretch the baton too far out and try and say that, because I agree with a particular set of information that is actually factual and backed up by other people that agree in touch, and then your own work that aligns with that scholar's work. It's kind of hard for you to say that you can't say that the scholar can have this portion of information right and not that portion. You can't say that virtually or realistically, because he can be wrong over here and right over there. And that's what scholarship leads to, in the sense of some you get right, some you get wrong, some you got to study harder on, and so on and so forth. But to try and colloquialize each scholar to say that they got everything that they say is actually accurate and backed by other scholars, and that's my point to occur on Allen, is that there are a lot of mainstream and scholars that are behind the scenes, not so well known, but is actually credible, that wouldn't agree with that. So that's my point. That's to my point. It's not to say that he's not a credible person, but every bit of the work that he's done is not 100% accepted.
Now,
and that's just the truth.
Now, here's the thing, right? I could see if we was talking about somebody like who that dude, the evolution dude. I forgot his Brian. Oh damn, I forgot his name. Dawkins. Darwin, yeah. So I could see if we was talking about Darwin, right? And we was talking about the theory of evolution, and we like, okay, yeah, you know, it's some of the parts of the theory he got right, some of the parts he got wrong, right? But when we're dealing with scholars and their fields and the books that they wrote and their stances, not even the things that they get wrong or the things they get right, just their stance on the subjects themselves is important. Because if I know, like, me and Fire talk about this a lot. Give me 1 second. Me and Fire talk about this a lot, right? The Dr. Ben situation. If I know that information can be used against me, right? Like a lot of, like, I'm not someone who's opposed to using Dr. Ben, not even in a debate if it's cause for it. I won't ever use his work in a Hebrew debate because his work can be used against me in a Hebrew debate. Because there's words where I know where when he's speaking in what context, but the audience doesn't know that. People who haven't read his book don't know that. So we can find it. I know that. Oh, well, the Hebrew is the Hebrew and the da-da-da-da. I can't use him in, you know what I'm saying? But then somebody can use that against me and say, oh, well, you know, you're using that, but you ain't using the melanated, da 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 da. Right. But because for this topic, he don't fit for this topic.
I mean, I
go hold on, y'all. But you know, at the end of the day, this all goes back to, you know, why we gotta question this book, man, and even why we gotta question this culture, because it's just so much issues with it, man. Ain't nothing about this culture concrete. Only when you put it in its proper time format do it become concrete. But then that becomes an issue with our brothers, because it shows that these people are not our brothers.
I mean, I gotta disagree with that. I sound like that. Hold on.
I'm gonna disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think the problem is, and what I'm gonna continue to stress to you is the fact that you got to get more acclimated with the information, because dealing with it from the English standpoint, dealing with it from the Greek standpoint, dealing with it from the Latin point is going to give you a different viewpoint in a disadvantage to what is actually being stated a lot of times. So I would, like I've always have, encourage you to get more acclimated with what's actually going on with the nose text, just like you would encourage me to get more acclimated with, let's just say, for an example, science or Kemet, because you would say, I know more about Kemet than you. Well, I know for a fact I know more about the Torah than you. I know for a fact I know more about the Bible than you. I know for a fact that I know more about the Tanakh than you. So when you stand in front of me and try and tell me what this is and what that ain't, you got to prove it, bro. And that's just where I'm at with it. Like, I'm not saying you piss poor scholars, none of that. Like, I actually do respect you, brother. As a scholar, as a debater, as a champion of information, I actually do respect you, brother, like, for real. But when it comes down to this so-called, I'll say it like this because that's part of the problem. Call it a narrative when this is a people's heritage, this is a people's lineage, this is a people's culture, this is a people's heritage. All these things fall under those circumferences, but the problem is it's been scattered. Just like the people were scattered, the information was scattered. So guess what you got to do? If you want to know about these people to come at them or support them, you got to go walk it down. Like Walker, Texas Ranger, you got to go walk it down. You got to get your man. And that's what I feel like I'm not seeing enough of, because it's a lot of just suppose. And until we debate about things, these points won't be made clear. And I'm saying that to say all of the debates that we've had is come from a lot of misunderstanding in what is actually being put out there. So that's why I say.
So what I would say is, number one, you already know, brother. You already know, brother Pitbull. You know, you listen. This is sport to us. You feel me? This is what we do. This is what we do. But now I have to come back and say, I would most certainly say I know more about the Torah. I have more information about it. I would actually say I have more authentic information. Right now, it's different. Like here's the difference in the information. My information is authentic information. it's not just information that I'm just going out here finding. This is information that y'all been hearing me say lately. Baruch Spinoza. Go check out Baruch Spinoza. Go check out Uriel Descartes. Go check them brothers out. See, the scholars we using now, those are new on the scene, right? But people been putting their life on the line since the 16th century. Be getting excommunicated because they wanted to prove, they didn't prove that Abraham wasn't a real person back then. They can't even stay in the community no more. They proved that the Bible was written by anonymous men way back then, and they got kicked out the community. So what happens is when you bring the truth of the matter, now we have people that just want to put their own initiatives and narrative to make it fit something, right? So just like what we see tonight, you know what I'm saying? The issue is we got to examine the Bible like we examine any other historical text. Because they claim it, y'all, Brother Pitbull, you know what I'm saying? They claim it as a historical text. Captain Tazariax, the Yaras of the world, all of them claim this as a historical text. The issue becomes when we start to examine this as a historical text, nothing in it is historical.
I just want to say this one thing. Because the very people who tell you what is historical and what is not historical is the very same people that took the book and made it what they wanted it to be, wrote themselves into it, incorporated it, and sells it now as the top seller. You know, so all these things have to be taken into consideration, whether we accept that, like it or not. These are the facts. It has to be.
That brings me to the point earlier, Brother Pitbull. I asked a very vital point earlier. Why don't y'all Hebrew Israelites bring us the original work? Why don't y'all read us the original work? Why do y'all always read this Bible that y'all say been tampered with and classified as non-historical by these people, but y'all still go back to this book? Y'all don't come up here with no Dead Sea Scrolls.
How much Hebrew do you know? How much Greek do you know?
How much Greek and I would say I'm moderate.
Huh?
I would say I'm moderate.
Right.
If you're talking about deciphering it, if you're talking about deciphering the text.
No, I'm not even like we don't even got to take it that far. What I'm saying to you is, anytime we've been in a discussion, right, and there's things that have to be understood and broken down in the Hebrew, is that not always been the fortitude given in the discussion so that we bring clarity to it? But here's what I don't see, Humble. I don't see you going into the Hebrew to contextualize your points in evidence throughout the antiquated information.
Ain't that a lie?
You doing?
What was the brother sitting on? Real fast.
No.
Who was the brother sitting across the street telling y'all that the olive consisted of 2 years in the vault? Who brought that to y'all?
You didn't bring
not
that.
A Hebrew Israelite, a non-Hebrew Israelite brought that to y'all.
You didn't bring that to
who
nobody.
Brought the fact that El and Yahweh was the same deity?
See, and there we go again. You're talking about Yahweh.
I don't go into the text and show and
no
prove.
Yahweh.
I go into the text more than y'all do.
There is no Yahweh in the Hebrew.
Didn't I just prove it was Capone.
You like the Latin.
Didn't I just go into the text and prove Capone that he didn't know what he was talking about? When I think we was talking about who was we talking about? Melchizedek, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I had to go into his text and prove he didn't know what he was talking about.
No, I'm talking about me and you, Dylan.
So what I'm saying is I didn't prove against y'all that I know more about y'all text than y'all do.
I haven't seen that, Humble.
We sitting here earlier, not even, I think it was an hour ago, we sat here and we talk about this Abimelech thing, right? And you talking his story and I'm talking biblical.
You still talking what they say, and I'm telling you what your doctrine is saying.
No, it don't, and that's why I showed you were wrong. You kind of had to move the goalpost. I called you.
I never have to move. Can you show me? Can you show me in that verse that Abimelech that Abraham is talking to is not a person?
When you went and brought up the information that you brought up about saying this is not a actual name, it's a
that was proven. That was proven they didn't exist. Hold on one second. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
No,
My bad.
you don't get to do that, bro.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
No problem. Appreciate it. The point to that is you can't go and say this is a name and then turn around and say, oh, it's the name to somebody that don't exist when it's already been proven that this is shown that this is a title, and then on top of that, you come back and say, oh, it's not a name, it's a tool. Or what did you call it? It wasn't a tool, it was a
literary device.
Yeah, it was a device. Exactly. So again,
you know what a literary device is?
Yeah, it's you broke it all down. Yeah, so I don't have a problem with that statement of what a literary device is, but I do have a problem with how you could not get around the fact that these things didn't happen at the same time. You didn't deal with the fact of how rulership occurred and how long people ruled at that time, showing and indicating that it would probably have been highly unlikely that it was the same person. There's a couple different things that you kind of strayed and stayed away from due to the fact that it would have made you kind of look a little bit different in how you feel.
Nah,
you feel like
hold up. We can't flip the narrative.
So
when I brought up the fact that they were literary devices, hold on one second, I got you. When I brought up the fact that these things were literary devices, right? Number one, let's get to what a literary device is. A literary device is what an author uses to portray artwork in literacy.
Right.
So when I say these are literary devices, so a metaphor is a literary device.
That's a cut. So here's
the thing. Hold on one second.
No
when
problem.
I'm saying that these are literary devices, what I'm saying is the Bible is using these as stock characters. These are stock characters. These are names, right, who've been placed here to give a doublet in the story. We see this with all ancient myths.
Yes.
This is how we know this is not a real story. This is how we know this is not historic.
You filibustering, humble. You filibustering because
I'm not. I'm telling you the reason I called it a literary device.
Right. You're saying that the writer is using this as a tool to do what? What did you just say just now?
It's a tool to preserve a certain writing. So the reason, for an example,
stop right there. A certain writing, right?
Yes.
When we get into that, when we get into the Hebrew,
hold on, let me pull. I'm looking for it. Matter of fact, hold on.
When we get into this Hebrew writing style, right? The Yod Hey Why Hey, for an example, this is the same epithet that the English would have used to try and preserve Yod Hey Why Hey with YHWH. But when we get into the YHWH, it does not denote Yod Hey Why Hey. It doesn't present Yod Hey Why Hey. It does not do what the Torah does best, which is prescribe or describe Yod Hey Why Hey. And that's the problem. And this is why you're failing in these debates when it comes down to the linguistical matters regarding these understandings with how the words are verbalized versus prescribed and described, how they're pronounced or announced, should I say.
Am I muted?
Nah, you're not muted. I hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So number one, right? Let's get into what a literary device is. I don't think the brother understands that he's cutting. Like, this is what they do, and this is what we have them doing all the time, right? They have no issue deconstructing their own book. But then they have no issue telling you, well, I have no issue following this poorly written construction of a book. So here I tell you, okay, well, these two characters are literary devices, letting you know that these were fictional characters. Here he say, oh, well, these couldn't have been two characters, right. The whole point of even that whole conversation is none of this is historical. But when we go into the text, now y'all see how I'm gonna land my plane with this because I want to bring some more stuff out. I want to let my brother get in here, but I really want to bring some stuff out. But what we see, he keeps saying, well, Abimelech is not a title. Abimelech is a title, is not a name. When we go to the Bible uses Abimelech as a name. It don't use it as a title. It uses it as a name. And so it actually, so that's what I really want like people to understand, that even when we're dealing with this book, you can't put your own interpretation. Don't the Bible say, don't add or take away from the book? But if you believe in this book, you then can't add your interpretation to this book. You got to go off of what it say. And so the dancing, see, this is why we so strong with Kemet. Because when we deal with Kemet, we deal with all facets of science, including history. And it all line up. The Israelites got it so hard because when they disturb from that Bible, everything go downhill. Nothing starts to line up. So they have to start to plug things in where things don't make sense. This is why when we talk about Abraham and the Philistines in the Bible, the Hebrew Israelites say, oh, they would have been called another name. Okay, so what's the other name? And why wasn't it called that name instead it was using the Philistines? Oh, man, because the white man come in here and do the back, the bit, the book. Okay, well, then give me a text where it give the original name and not the Philistines. Read that text to me. He can't, because in every text, it give you the Philistines.
Again.
But then this is the same book I want you to trust.
Again, when we get into these things, brother, you can forter these ideologies of subpar writings, again, filtered through the English, Greek, and the Latin. That's the only way you're able to say that. Now, when we put this Ivri writing side by side to these things, it don't say the same thing in the literary. And that's the point. Again, Abimelech is a function utilized as a name / or title. And we can see this in multiplicity.
Hey, can you say that again? Don't speak
multiplicity. Say what?
Say what you just said is a function that do what?
That denotes a position or a title.
No, you said name. I heard you, Pitbull. I heard you, Pitbull.
So what I said, it's just the function that is used as a name / title, but actually I said title first, or however I said it. I'm not trying to run past anything. I'm showing you that in functionality, just like, again, I'll mention this one more time for you, how you try to preserve L as a name when it's actually a title. You can't change that fact, like that it's not, and how it was used in the Archaics versus how it was used in the Hebrew, because they all come from the same root. But when it comes down to these translations and transliterations, it's not the same, because when it comes to the Hebrew functionality, English, Greek, Latin, it's going to be actuality. And this is why you started your argument off by saying that this is a name. You started off by calling it a name in the sense that it's just like it's your name, Humble Mystic. In the sense of truth, Humble Mystic is not your actual name. That's a functionality within you, and this is exactly how it was utilized when it comes down to Abimelech. It's a functionality, brother. Just like how you using me, Pitbull of 144. That's not my name, but you call me that shit every day. Because it is the actual functionality of me. What we doing right. I'm Pitbulling right now. I'm functioning at 144 Pitbull of status right now. I'm doing it because I like to speak. I like to stand on what I say, and I do it firm. And that's what this name means, bro. On Yah's word, this book that you trying to play with, I do the Pitbull stuff. You feel me? So I'm acting in that functionality by this name, but in all actuality, you know me by another name, Kalim. You feel me? What does that mean? Rod of iron, iron rod. You feel me? That's a functionality. My mother gave me a name that they call me. And you know what I'm saying? That's supposed to be my name. That's my name. You see what I'm saying? All of these things are separate. Well, two of these things are separate from one of them. My name that was given to me by my mother has a meaning. It actually means, my real name actually means handsome. I won't tell you what language it's in, but the function of these things versus the plurality of them is where you're misunderstanding how these things are acclimated. And that's what I've been trying to show you for actually a little minute now, bro. Shalom, Sunwater. How you doing, sister?
Hey,
Shalom, Ra.
Yeah, hold on.
Peace. Yeah, good.
Come on. Shalom, Ra. You hear me? Turnkey. Shalom. Hey, Five.
Yo.
I think this guy gonna have to line it up, man.
What up?
I think this guy gonna have to line it up, man.
I'm listening.
Yeah, man. He don't want to let up off the info, man.
Right.
You know, he don't want to let up off it.
Yeah, bro. Y'all know what's up. Listen, this what we do, bro. This what we do.
You know, but I you know, I hear how you coming. You know what I'm saying? And as I think it's a lot of it is it's the academia in which you choose to partake in. I see it like that. It is who you choose to take at face value and who you choose to solidify fact findings and other things outside of that. Because if I'm on the offense, I'm a defender, and you on the defense, you're a defendant. So we we both gotta put the work in to stand on business. And I think that we both can get out, you know, but I'm be honest with you, I don't really think you look at like you see, like you don't even separate. Like, let me ask you this. Do you separate the Torah and the Tanakh in the New Testament?
What you mean? Do I separate them? Yeah.
Okay, so what's the difference? Like, why do you separate them?
They were compiled during different periods of time.
That's the only difference?
Yeah. Other than that, they all carry the same Abrahamic theme.
And that's where mainstream scholarship has failed you, because I don't follow an Abrahamic religion. Did you know that?
You do follow Abrahamic religion.
What?
Is Abraham a real person? Here's why you follow Abrahamic religion. Do you believe Abraham was a historical character?
I'm gonna say you follow Cat in the Hat, bro.
No, do you believe Abraham is a historical character?
You follow Cat in the Hat, and here's why I'm saying that. When I said
No.
Abrahamic religion,
Pitbull be running the y'all see. Listen,
no, stop.
We can't do that, man. We can't say we Hebrew Israelites and then say, "Well, I don't follow Abrahamic tradition." What?
No, I don't think you understand. Abraham wasn't even a Hebrew.
What do that have to do with you following the same God Abraham followed?
I'm just trying to figure out how.
Are you saying you follow a different God than Abraham?
What I'm saying is, what does me following the so-called same God, which I don't
because that's what makes you Abrahamic, is the fact that you follow the God of Abraham.
No, and that's where the problem. Show me in the Torah where it says that.
Show you in the Torah where it says what?
Where it's a law or it's a statute that because Abraham followed Yahuwah, you are of the Abrahamic faith. Hello?
Give me a second, y'all.
Got it. Yeah.
Learning how to work some more shit over here right now, man. You miss something.
Real talk. Hey, man, you hear this guy?
What?
You hear this guy, man? The Abrahamic faith.
What? Abraham ain't got no faith.
Are you a part of the Abrahamic faith, the fire?
No, sir.
Oh, okay, brother. Chosen, you part of the Abrahamic faith?
See this, y'all? No. We ain't about the. Hey, bro, what? You part of the Abrahamic faith? So when you saying Pitbull, man, you don't follow the God of Abraham? Are you now saying? See, this is why I do what I do, bro.
I don't follow
here
no
on
God.
live stream, I got Pitbull saying he don't follow the God of Abraham.
Let me
Now he gotta clear it up.
I don't follow no God of nobody.
Oh, now what? Get into it. Clear that up for us, Pitbull. Clear it up for us, Pitbull.
According to Isaiah 65:11, you can turn to your book and go get that and walk this down. And I quote, God is the Babylonian deity of fortune, covered up by the name troops in that book. And you keep reading in that chapter, it tells you what's going to happen to the followers of God. Preparing a drink offering and preparing a table for God. You go to your Merriam-Webster and look up G-A-D, but you got to do G-A with the little stamp above the top, D. And you're going to see that it's the Babylonian deity of fortune, God. This is where you get your money.
He cutting his doctrine right now. This is the same doctrine he's going to come to you with later and say, these are the laws and customs you should keep.
No.
This is the same doctrine. When he's talking about God, the deity of fortune, this is what they putting in there. This is why you shouldn't follow this, that, the third, da-da-da-da-da. This is the same book where you want to go to Genesis and you need to keep them 10 commandments of God.
That's not the same book. Now, hold on. Stop right there. Hold on. You just shot yourself in the foot with a fully automatic chopper. Blow your pinky toe all in your neighbor yard. Now, didn't you just say that these people, this book was not a foundational book, that this book had no weight? Now your last statement, Humble, was the fact that your statement was, Salakia, You said that you separate the books, right? Then you make that statement. I separate the books.
Yes, the Tanakh, the Torah, and what you say, the New Testament, because they were compiled at different times.
Right. So what we was just speaking on is written in one book, and what you just stated is in the first book. This is why I asked you, do you separate the text according to who wrote what? That should have been why you separated. You just said because they was written in different time periods. Right. So throughout these time periods, there were different people taking over the territories and the informations, like the different councils that were had from the Romans and the Greek periods, and throughout all of this colonialism that took place that birthed Christianity, right? So when we get into the historicity of what you're saying, you separate, but then you turn around and you're using that same verbiage to try and attack what you're supposed to already separate it. So if you separate it, you can't say that, oh, Jesus coming for you, but in the Torah ain't no Jesus. You can't use Jesus against me if I say I separate the New Testament in the sense that I don't rock with Jesus Christ. I don't need a man to die for me, because First Chronicles 7:14, when Yahuwah said, if the people that are humble, if the people that are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and turn from their wicked ways, right? Seek my face, then will I hear from the heavens and forgive their sins. Declaring to me as a follower that listen to his voice, I don't need a man to die on the cross for me. This is the difference from those texts that you're trying to colloquialize and write together.
You give us all of them.
No. That's a bald-faced lie.
So you're not Old Testament and New Testament?
You don't hear me quoting Paul, brother. I cut Paul. I'm the Paul killer. I'm the Paul killer.
Hey,
Bible man.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da.
So now you don't deal with Paul.
Slugs on Paul.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing right here now. And see, this is the same slippery slope Yara going into. How strong is your faith?
Slugs on Paul.
How strong is your faith in this book or even in this tradition? If you are able to go in your own tradition and say, I don't trust this, I do trust that, I don't trust this, but then you try to give us all of it.
I'm about to cut your head off. The same way the YT man went in Kemet, converted and translated themselves to Egyptians, turned themselves white pharaohs, right? All on your TV screens, all in your videos. Bad Boy Records, baby.
But what do we do, though? What do we do with that?
Stop, bro. You're not finna do that. You're not finna do it, Humble. I'm
what
not gonna
we
let
do
you
with
sound
that?
like that because you got your Egyptologists, right? What are Egyptologists gonna tell you about Kemet, huh? Or you agree with the Egyptologists? Because this is how your netters became gods. You're all natural.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so don't come in here in the ring of fire trying to tell me about
But I don't teach you to call them gods.
Stop.
Go ahead. I got you.
And I ain't teaching you to call on Jesus.
So you don't call him. What y'all call him? The Mashiach?
That ain't Jesus.
That ain't Jesus?
That ain't Jesus. It's many
Mashiach.
Mashiach.
So what's the Hamashiach's mother name?
Moses was a Mashiach. Aaron was a Mashiach.
So who was the Hamashiach's mother?
Yahuwah was a Mashiach. We talk about
Yahuwah. That's what y'all call him. That's what y'all call him, right?
Huh?
Who y'all call him in Hebrew?
Man, come on, bro.
Yeshua. What's his name in Hebrew?
He is he. That's Yahuwah Elohim. That's
Yahuwah Elohim.
That's what he tell you. I am he.
And so this not Jesus?
Ain't no Jesus, brother.
So
Jesus
is this not the same man that walked on water?
Ain't no walking on water.
Did he walk on water or not?
Look, he's cutting himself. See, there you
Did-
go again.
Did
The
this
very
Hamashiach you're speaking
I want
about a
you to
Hebrew
stop right
walk
there for
on
me,
water
Humble.
or not?
Humble, I want you to stop right there for me. Here, I want the people to see that he's doing exactly what I said all
Yo,
over again. He just did it.
He ducking
I'm
and
finna call it
dodging,
out.
y'all.
He
He
just
ducking
said
and dodging.
Jesus walked. Look, he just said Jesus walked on water. This lets me know that Humble Mystic has not dissected the text gram for gram. He ain't did that.
What?
He ain't went book
But
chapter
what you
verse.
decipher it
Yeah.
as?
I'm
In the
showing
text, you read it to us.
Listen, what we show you here at the Ring of Fire Sunday through Sunday is that Jesus ain't in the Old Testament. Jesus ain't come
Oh,
to
so
die for
you
your
Old
sins.
Testament
Hold on.
only. You
We
Old
show
Testament
you
only.
that Jesus has come to lead you to the slaughter.
So you Old Testament only.
You can say that if you want to, brother. I rock with the Tanakh. I rock
But
with the
now
Tanakh.
here's the issue with the Old Testament. We still got to deal with the Philistines in the Old Testament. They
Look, now
wasn't
he
back
really
during that
jumped.
time.
Brother, we didn't already
They
address
ain't
that
listen.
earlier.
They not them
I
people.
just gave you the emigrants. I just gave you the name.
They not no emigrants.
I
You
just
sitting here
gave you-
saying the Philistines are the emigrants?
I just gave you the name of them earlier. We had this discussion, Humble. Now you
No,
running.
bro,
from it.
hold on.
He
Time
pinned
out.
down. He pinned down in here, y'all. I got
You
him pinned
said
down
the
in here,
name
y'all.
of the Philistines.
got him
Y'all
pinned-
see how this man is jumping and flipping. Man, first off,
He
he say,
pinned
"Okay,
down
we don't
in
deal
here.
with no." Again, he
He
giving
don't
you
know what
the
to
New
do with it.
Testament. Oh, we don't deal with God, the Babylonian deity and fortune, da, da, da. But then he turn around and say, "Oh, well, we don't deal with no Jesus. We don't deal with no Jesus."
When have I ever?
But
when
then
have I
turn
ever
around and talk about the Hamashiach.
Son of none.
Then
We
again,
talking
turn
about
around and talk
We
about
talking about
we
all
don't
these
follow
Hamashiachs.
Abrahamic faith.
We talking about all these
Listen, we be
Hamashiachs.
having these boys in here doing jumping jacks. I'm telling
man.
you.
Man, we talk about
telling
all
y'all.
the Mashiachs. This ain't nothing new. But this Jesus figure that they serving to you on a platter ain't him. He ain't him. He ain't him. Yahuwah Elohim is him. He. That's what he said in the text. Go and get it in the Hebrew. You're gonna see that Yahuwah Elohim is him. And Yah is the son that he sent. You hear me? You go to Barris chapter 1, you will see
See, now they doing the polytheism.
There ain't no polytheism. See, and this lets me know.
They doing the polytheism.
This lets me know. This lets me know you're not the linguist.
Who is the what? He said Yah is the son that he sent.
Man, listen, homie. However you want to do it, man.
Listen.
However you want to do it, bro. I'm trying to show you something here. You don't want to be learned because this is not your atmosphere. First of all,
you gotta back up these claims.
You're not in your atmosphere, man. Listen, you're not in your atmosphere, humble.
You gotta back up these claims.
This is not really what you be trying to play with, and you know that. You try to fight over here. I'm not mad at it. But brother, I'm telling you, you're not finna show me that Yahuwah is God, Jesus or Lord, other than when they wrote it out, covered it up. In your New Testament and in your King version, they told you Jehovah. Jehovah. You read that with that interlinear.
But see, that's the thing right there. So when we go into Genesis 1 and 1 in English, when you read Genesis 1 and 1, is that word not God?
It's God. Guess what they playing? Get what they playing. You know how golf work. You know, listen, golf work, they go from hole to hole.
Here's the thing now.
What does it say in the Hebrew?
No, watch this. Watch this.
What does it say in the Hebrew?
I'm allowed to say that, right? I'm allowed to say, well, the Bible is in Genesis 1 and 1. This is where they're playing with the words and da-da-da-da-da. And this is where they're trying to get over on you because I'm actually trying to show the people that we shouldn't trust this book.
No,
you're not allowed to say that. You're gonna turn around and then give us the same book that you saying they playing with.
Y'all remember Alfalfa where he was underwater with the straw breathing? Homer underwater with the straw poking out the water, y'all. He ain't got no air here right now. You hear what this man said? Come on, man. Come on, man. Homer, are you kidding me?
This man Pitbull terrible, bro.
Are you kidding me?
Now,
I'm telling y'all this.
I'm gonna give y'all a secret. Listen, I'm gonna give y'all a secret. All right. So these videos don't go away unless fire take them down.
Man,
all right. I just gotta let y'all know these videos don't go away unless fire take them down.
Watching it tomorrow. What you talking about?
Listen,
I think we balling up on something, man, because I don't really like the way you talking, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Listen, man, we here with it. You know what it is, Pitt.
I'm just saying, I don't like the way you're talking to me. You know, but in all seriousness though, like, bro, the schematics on how unique this culture is, bro. You have to dive deep into these things, bro. That's why when I read 2 Chronicles 7:14, where Yah spoke directly and showed you the difference of what the New Testament brought you in a man. When to Yah, human sacrifice is forbidden. And when we get into this story of Abraham, right, sacrificing his son, when you get into the Hebrew, it don't mean cut him up, chop him up, kill him, make no blood come up out of him. The Hebrew word for that, it means to exalt him, meaning lift him up. That's what this means. It's a simple understanding when you do the little bit of work that it takes to get that understanding and not come in to try to be diabolical and tear stuff up. See, when I come to tear it up, I'm going to tear it up because I already know it. I'm not going to come in here shooting what they call them ice bullets at the 22 rifle. We're not coming like that. We coming with loaded clips of information that is true. And I'm not saying you don't come with true information, brother, but like, I just don't think you're one of those people that just don't like the text that much. In this respect, it is cool, and I'm here to defend it. But you don't like the text that much to the point where you're willing to, you'll stretch the truth. And not saying you're a liar, but I'm saying you're gonna try and find every angle within legalities to try to solidify a point and get a fight.
Hey, yo, nigga, who busting at my motherfucking door like, hey.
No.
Hold on.
Oh, shit. Don't sound too good. Yeah. Hope everything goes all right, man. That didn't sound too good. But, that boy got to tighten up. Let me, yeah.
I'm back, y'all. So here's my thing, right? And this is why I gotta give Pitbull his props, bro. Because unlike other people, man, one thing I say about Pitbull is that he stay next to his guns, man. Listen, he stand on his square. And my whole thing about the Bible thing is, and this is for my personal thing, right? I see how it's used as a tool for our people. You see what I'm saying? And I combat that with truth, right? I combat that with the same things that, again, I've been saying it for a while, right? Uriel Descartes, right? Baruch Spinoza. I'm not doing nothing different than what they did to the church fathers back then. And you know what I'm saying? And hey, look, it's a little easier for somebody to come out and say these things now, man. You said them back then, you had bad intentions coming.
And like you've been in the trick bag the whole time. Because when you look at what you just said, like, and I hate to do you like that, bro. But when you look at these words, when you look at these things, it's already antiquated within the circumference of the information. So it's already telling you that it is what that is. Just like when I just broke it down to you and I asked you, do you separate the text? Do you separate the books like how they did, how they said this is pseudo, and then when I come in here and bring it and put it in your face, because I done did backdoor research on it and know that it goes along with when Enoch is the first scribe and all these different things that they call pseudo, apocrypha, pseudo text. When I bring these things out, if I bring them out, you're gonna take these people's antiquated ideas because it aligns with truth and say that, oh, you can't use that because it's pseudo. And now we get back into the realm of these three particular straight shot books, Torah, Tanakh, New Testament. I asked you, do you separate them? You said, yeah, I separate them because they was written at different times. But you don't know that in these different times, a whole different breed of people that the information doesn't even belong to took over it.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, see, this is why we gotta get back to the roots.
I want you to slow down because we're deep in the roots. We're rooted in it, brother. That's what you think. But you're saying, but every time I show you something, you can't say anything but dang, and run over to the side of the coercion of discord. When I'm showing you that Yahuwah said we don't need a man, but then you run and say, well, Jesus, why are we talking about Jesus? Why you ain't asking me? Well,
because Yahuwah is in the same book that Jesus is in.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
By your own logic, you said that it was written.
So the Bible.
Hold on. Stop. Brother.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
From the Torah to the New Testament, where there is no thus saith Yahuwah in there nowhere.
So are you saying Yahuwah is not in the New Testament?
Show it to me.
So the God of the New Testament is not the God of the Old Testament, is what you're saying.
Just show it to me.
Oh boy. See, this is what I'm saying right here. And don't get me wrong, man. Hey, look, these get some good debates. But
take one.
These debates right here. Is the God of the New Testament the same God as the God and the God of the Old Testament? Damn, let me say it again. Is the God of the New Testament the same as the God in the Old Testament? That's
if you want that humble, line it up, brother.
Listen, that's going. You're running up an uphill battle, though.
Just line it up. I just told you I'm more upstanding there.
All right, listen. Hey, listen. Whatever the time is, I gotta make sure I ain't got. Matter of fact, what's the day?
Fire. Get with fire, bro.
I got you. Today Wednesday. I think I got something coming up Friday, Thursday, and Friday. We can do it next weekend. I don't think I got nothing planned next weekend.
Just get with the fire, brother.
He's
gonna tell you what to proceed and how to get it set up. But I look forward to it. This is gonna be great. But man, I'm finna show you something, humble. I'm really gonna show you something, and this is why understanding all of the ramifications of the antiquated to the modern, and I noticed this about you, bro. And I don't hate it, but I kind of like I don't know. You like modern scholarship a lot. It's like you dig modern scholarship.
Yeah,
like you dig it to the point where it's right. And that updated shit is updated to who? Updated to wipe you clean off the map. It's updated.
See, that's why we gotta know. That's why we gotta know.
Let me finish. Keep talking for me, brother. Let me finish.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I got you.
It's updated to say this shit never happened. It's updated to say, man, they never existed. We ain't got enough proof. But they got a whole Vatican that's been proven to have some shit over there in their garage. They got some information over there in their garage, bro, about the same conversation that we're having. There was enough evidence already to support that claim. It's debated. It's discussed. It's told. It's spoken. It's shared a little bit of. So we got to know what's real. We got to know what's real. Give me just a second.
Now I got a question for you, Pitbull. Are you saying that they're theologically different?
Brother, they're
If you're saying they're
Hold on.
historically different, I get what you on that, because we understand the changes of. Are you saying that they're theologically different, though, is what I'm asking?
The theology, the cosmology, the epology, all of the ologies involved with the Old Testament and the New Testament. And here's why. Let me explain just a little bit. I won't talk long. I'll make it quick. The consensus in which the New Test of men was put together was to test men and to tempt men away from the true word of the Creator. In this word, even using that word, which is dabah in Hebrew, is something totally different. This is where understanding the Hebrew language, even when people think you can't read Hebrew, but the study of it is something totally different about it. So I think the express verbiage, which is these different transliterations through translation, is the problem. And that's why when you went to Genesis, which is actually Bereshit, you use the word God there, but it's a singular word, and we get into the Hebrew, it's Elohim, which is a plural word in a singular format, because the express of how the chapters are formulated linguistically in Hebrew. So the depictions of what is actually expressing, just like hieroglyphics. This is what people like to ignore, because when you get paleo, right, and I will fight anybody on this. That's where the switcheroo bunny hop happened, and they went to chopping and cutting up the Hebrew actual depictions to give different vowels and stems and diacriticals to change some of these things even prior to it going into the Greek. So we got to be real careful in understanding how the verbiage is acclimated to the actual historical value and cultural, in codified morality, in particular settings of the pomposity of one's ability to understand fortified information. I say it like that because that's really what it is. It's like cracking the code to obedience. That's what it is. That's really what it is, bro. But
So I want to make this one right here gonna be a theological one. This right here gonna be a theological one, because if we go historically, we can say, okay, we can see how the attributes, this, that, and the third, right? But when we talking theological, right? Do the people in the Bible who believe in the Bible, who read the Bible, right? Do they accept that the God of the Old Testament is the same God as the God of the New Testament? You see what I'm saying? Now, here's the thing my brothers do, right? And they slick with it. When it comes to stuff like this, like even on this notion, right? They'll go historically and they'll get accurate with it too. oh, well, historically, we know this happened in the 2nd century, in the 3rd century, But we like, okay, well, those are arguments we're supposed to be making. But now, on a theological side, right, like my brother said, they're not the same, right? And so that's the clarification I want to make right there. In theology, is the God of the Old Testament the same God as in the New Testament?
No, that's what I'm saying. And it's going to be only according to doctrine. So the theology in which one perceives their doctrine, like for an example, when I told you that I wasn't a part of the Abrahamic faith, you said you are a part of the Abrahamic faith. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, then that means you serve Tobin Ra. And you're going to say, no, I don't. So when it comes down to how one's culture is structured and the customs and the traditions and the values that were given through a power to a people from their perspective, you can't change that with how you feel based on what others have interpreted it through their understanding. When you do that, you expose and open yourself up to lackluster comprehension about those people and those customs and their culture, etc. So what you have to do is you got to do the deeper researches so that everything we see and everything we observe within the time frames and timelines, and this is how we're able to align the migration pattern with the people because of their culture. You see what I'm saying? Now, when you get into the actual text, it brings a more valid and clearer depiction of what we even see today, how when you're a nomadic people, it's like you're the funnest people in the world because you know everybody. Like, you know how everybody get down because you've been a little bit of everywhere. And that's what you see then and now in hindsight to that. In the frowned upon part of that is when it comes down to the historicity of the people, we can see this would be a valid reasoning to coincide with and harmonize with the actual Torah narrative, as you would probably say it. But I would say that the Torah historicity, that it acclimates to a specific people group and how they will behave, maneuver, function, and be perpetrated as all throughout time. So I definitely gotta say it's a lot of validity to who the people of the book are and who they are then and now. And I think that's what most people would choose not to accept based on a Western civilization idea, i.e. New Testament, in refragmenting and restructuring of the Tanakh, and also infringement on the Torah and how they have structured it through linguistical tactics. Framework this to give you a different viewpoint on it. You know what I'm saying? For an example, dashed to pieces. One in the English would think this is me. Oh, it's gonna be, you know, body parts everywhere. Nah, but in the Hebrew, when you actually go back and look it up, it's saying that he's gonna scatter them, to break them. But then in the Hebrew, you can also see this word meaning to actually physically utterly destroy and waste something. Waste is the same way, that word waste. So the English language has its ways of expressing, but it cannot announce the Hebrew pics. It can't do it. You feel me? The petroglyphs, the pics, It can't announce it with the Greek. This is why a lot of words had to change through the Paleo. And this is what I've grown to understand. The Paleo is not older than the ancient Pictos. The Paleo has a form of ancient writing, but it's a more formatted into it's more formatted into a broken. It's like a broken language, I would say, because they broke off a lot of the depictions. Ox head got turned more to like almost look like an alpha, almost look like an A when you go and look at it. You see what I'm saying? So they broke off one of the horns. So when you get into all that understanding, you'll really be able to see and understand that they definitely play with the information, but you also can still walk it down because we got the phonetics.
And my thing just be, this culture is not of our people, right? I've heard Brother Ashe say, I don't mind y'all, talking about this and this being a faith, and the thing be, when we are saying that not only is this a historical book, but the people in the book are historical. Not only are the people in the book historical, but the events in the book are even historical. The languages, all of these things in the book are historical. But then turn around and say, okay, yes, they are historical, but we do got to take into account that the white man messed with a lot of stuff. You should still read it though, but take into account that the white man, messed with a lot of stuff. And it's like, why even, like, if from my view, let me cam up this, but so from my view, right, it's why even deal with something when it's not of your culture, right? When we, like, if we was to deal with this, if we was to deal with the Hebrew Israelites in the Bible, right, as a culture, historically, right? Let's take all the people out. Let's just the Hebrew people as a culture historically. None of them come from Africa. They all come from Canaan. We know this. So I think I said this on a live the other day, right? Or early, I think. If we accept that we are Hebrew Israelites, we then have to accept we're Canaanites. And we know that we're not Canaanites. So then how are we Israel? It's about practicality, right? And I get it, man. There's people who, again, it's that 10%. Yo, if I leave this completely, I don't know, it's that 10%. I might go, double hockey sticks. But it's like, bro, if this thing ain't doing nothing for your life, if it ain't benefiting your life, if you gotta at least make stuff up around a way to make it feel a little better, like that, and that's why I go back to the Kemet thing. Because when we go back to our ancestors, right, even when we go to the Yoruba, we go, yes, we make it Kemet because Kemet was one of the prominent nations. But even if we go back to Kush, we have no issues going back to our culture, dealing with history, dealing with science, dealing with agriculture. We have no issue of telling people what's historical and what's not. But, like, there's nobody on the planet that can read the maxims of Amenhotep and say those were forgeries. Man, we reading the maxims of Amenhotep, and it said it's written by Amenhotep, but because we see the language that is used in, that we know it was written 100 years after Amenhotep had passed away. So it can't be Amenhotep's book. Nobody's saying that about the maxims of Amenhotep.
Nobody's saying about like any of the pharaohs, right? Like nobody is saying, like, it's just ridiculous arguments that we hear when it comes to this biblical narrative, that when we bring these arguments to any other culture, we gotta, like, that's a standard. Like, for an example, I was talking to a guy the other day by the name of Chess, and we was getting into the historicity of Jesus, and I was asking him, I said, okay, so can we put Jesus under the historical model? No, you can't do that. We gotta go off of what the Bible say. But then we're trying to prove this is a historical man right here. But then we can't even use a historical model to put this man in to even see if he's historical or not. We just gotta take the probability because the Bible say he is. That's craziness. Do you know, like, oh, well, we don't know if Plato was a real man. We just gotta assume Plato was a real person because Plato wrote books. That don't make sense. So it's like, when we put logic to these theologies, and of course the reason I said Abrahamic tradition, I want to get to that real fast. I said the Abrahamic tradition is because whether you're Islamic, whether you are a Israelite, whether you are Christian, all of y'all believe in the God of Abraham. All of y'all believe Abraham was a real person. It's some of y'all that don't believe Abraham was a real person, but even them, I get on too. Because how dare you sit here and say you believe this in one instance and turn around and say, well, he wasn't even a real person. Like, oh, man. And that's another thing. It's so much confusion within the doctrine itself, right? What y'all say, Yahuwah isn't the author of confusion. But then every right angle, left angle, right turn, left turn, you got to decode this, deconstruct this. This is not what that meant. The writers wasn't saying this. They meant this. And it's too much confusion. And then that brings me to, and I'm going to land my plane with this, that brings me to the Owaspi dudes again, right? We already dealing with one confusion enough. We don't need no more. So keep y'all Owaspi doctrines hidden in the caves, off on the sides. We don't need y'all coming out here talking nonsense, right? We already got to rehabilitate the brothers that we got to rehabilitate. You know, we don't need y'all coming out messing that head up more. Have you heard about that Pitbull?
What's that?
You know what? Time out. Let's get into something real quick. You know we love to bang Pitbull, but maybe we might have a common foe at the moment. You know, so it's these dudes running around town talking about the Owaspi, and they promoting this Owaspi Bible, and they said they need to get away from the. We need to get away from the indoctrinated Bible, the King James Version. They got the real version. But let me tell you about this Owaspi Bible. Matter of fact, Fire, you here? Let me just share a little bit with you, brother Pitbull. Cause this shit right here, now look, even you gotta have something to say about this. You feel me? Hold on, let me get to my joint real quick.
So you're saying that? What are you saying?
So it's these dudes running around, right, who are representing a thing called Owaspi. And they got this thing called the Owaspi Bible.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. What's up,
bro? These guys is crazy. Hold on, let me get to my thing real quick. Let me show you about this Owaspi Bible. Hold on.
This is my thing right here. Bang. All right. Hey, Fire, I'm about to share my screen. You up? This nigga not even up. So when Fire put my screen up there, Pitbull, I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll give you some details on it. I can do it right. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Did I do that or did he put my screen up there? No. All right. So let me get into the thing real quick. Oh, hold up. I don't know what the hell I just did. There it go right there. All right. So I want to show you on the screen so you can see that shit. That shit hard. Brackish. So the Owaski Bible, Pitbull, was written by a dentist named John Bailey Newborough, bro. Gotta check it out. Now, the interesting thing I found about this dentist is the fact that this man ain't have no study in theology, bro. He wasn't a pastor. He wasn't a priest. He wasn't a church boy. He wasn't none of that shit. He wasn't initiated in the Jews. None of that. He was just the ordinary dentist. And one day, he said an angel channeled through him and he had to put together this Bible. Now, if you ask me, this is on some...
What year was this?
This is on... what year is this? Hold on, let me go back to it so I can see. 1828. He lived 1828 to 1891. His book was published. He published his book in 1882.
So you got to think about it. King James wrote the Bible in what?
1611.
1611. I'm tripping. And then when we get into we go back to the greater, not the greater. Yeah, we go to the greater. 144 AD. You got the first Bible. So they've been writing these Bibles for a while. I mean, they had the power to do that, bro. And that's the point in which I was speaking on, how they use the actual governmental structure that was given in the actual Torah of the people. For sure. They run their governments off the same model with a twisted system. That's what they do. This is the very point in which I'm speaking, because that's what I've been expressing, bro. Like, you gotta understand, and that again, that's why I asked you, do you separate the text? You said, yeah, I do, but it's way deeper than that when it comes down to how all this was put together and how it was structured to give you the idea of Jesus being in the Old Testament, but the Old Testament never confirms it. Nowhere. You see? So, I mean, these are the different things that where it creates.
Now, see, Brother Pitbull, this is why I be stressing about y'all original text, bro. Because if y'all give us information from y'all original text, y'all ain't got to worry about, because here's the thing. The Old Testament, before it was the Old Testament, right? It was its own set of collections, right? It ain't have no ties to a man named Jesus. It ain't have no ties to Paul or none of that. It was its own thing. And so if y'all are able to get back to giving us that in its original format, bro, y'all won't be falling into these traps.
So are you saying that over the years that we've been exchanging information in the Ring of Fire in any platform that we've been on at the same time, these things have not been brought to the forefront on how the Sun book, and even in our debate about the Sun disc, I even got into what is it? It's the
What the I?
what's that? No, it's another disc god came through the Roman era. Fight what the name of that sun god? Soul Invictus. Yes, sir. There you go. Well, so other different deities.
You got a deacon that want to come up.
Let him come
Oh
on
yeah,
up.
oh yeah. Let him come on up.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Deacon?
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing?
We doing
All
good.
right, how you doing, man?
Doing the best I can. With the Lord's help, make it through the day. That's all that matters.
Uh-huh.
Right, for sure. What's
Man,
going on with you, though, man? We just sitting and having a conversation, good little discussion back and forth about the biblical text. I'm for the text, New Testament, things of that nature, not so much, but do read them and do understand them. So, I mean, how do you view things, Deacon? Of course,
Say
you're
how?
Deacon.
Yeah,
Right.
you can tell me whatever. But I've been very well. I mean, with the Lord on my side, it's just like something brand new, you know?
Okay.
Just been
So,
taking it day by day.
okay. So, are you really a deacon?
I mean, I'm an assistant. Well, I'm going to, you know how there's steps to be one? I am one of like assistant.
Okay. So, you like the assistant deacon
Yeah,
to the
assistant.
deacon. All right. Cool.
Underneath the deacon.
So, you're a Christian. And so, how do you feel about Jesus Christ and that I presume that's your Lord and Savior, right?
Yes.
That's what's up. I don't want to get clipped. I ain't trying to get clipped, bro. But
Yeah, just fill me up on what you're talking about. I'll just pitch in when it's needed.
well, I'm just gonna say, how do you feel? Like I don't support Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
And Jesus Christ was added in the story. That's kind of what we was just discussing.
Uh-huh.
So a lot of the New Testament writings, things of that nature, were the grievances in the pen of the lion scribe.
Okay.
So that's how we view things. Coming from me, people will 144.
So what do you, if I may ask, what do you believe in? If you don't, I mean,
I believe in all of the Torah, Yahuwah Elohim.
Okay.
Who brought you the Son, Yah, S-U-N. In that he is the Savior, the Yeshua that we must look to if you are the nation of Yasharal, Yasha'Allah, Yahudim. And that we must be obedient to his word, which is the Torah, and not the letters of Paul and the writings of men that have imposed their will and desire and incorporated within the will of the Father. That's what we believe.
What made you not believe in God and believe in what you believe in now?
Have you ever read the book of Isaiah?
Parts of it.
65 and 11 chapter and verse?
I don't think. No, I didn't make it that far. But catch me up on it. Go ahead.
Well, if you ever was to turn, do you have it? Do you have your book?
Yeah.
Pull your book real quick. Let's look at it.
Okay. What is it? Regard. Yeah.
Let me see. 1 second. I'm gonna try to share my screen. I don't know if I.
What chapter is it, brother?
Isaiah 65:11.
God almighty. Let me pay your thing.
He got down.
It did. That would have looked like. Yeah, I was just about to go to that blue letter, but it got all down, man. It's all good. I'm finna get into the Babylonian deity, God. Everybody like to holler, God. How you know that dude that wake you up like 3 o'clock in the morning when you leave the TV on the night, 2006? You wake up, get commercial on, you hear that hollering, God. It's wake you up out your sleep. For real. My help with that one, bro. But yeah, man, back to where we was at though. It's you know, the floor is open, bro. I'm down to get into it about whatever, and you know, we can get scholastic. But you know, I know how you like to label historical debate scholastic because you don't feel a certain type of way about certain information. But I'm still willing to take you up on a challenge.
Well, you know what's interesting is this here will be a theological debate.
Right. Now, in theology does not create truth, though. Because it's theoretical, it's theatrical, it's theater.
Hey, theology is your belief.
This is what I'm telling you. So who the F are you?
The belief of the people who was writing this book, the Old Testament and the New Testament, all agreed that this God, when they talk about God, is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
No, this is the thing though. When you say the people agree, but does the applicable functionality of the said all, I will never say God, when referring to Yahuwah for the record, but the ontological difference in what Yahuwah brings forth in his majesty is outside of all things that are created in the format of man's thoughts. So what I'm saying is, when I show you every time in the Old Testament where Yahuwah says something, and then the New Testament, just like the Holy Quran, comes and corrects, right? Comes and corrects something. See, there's a difference between being holy and Qadash. But these are just words to express that there's
I'm asking, when Jesus got on his knees and prayed, did he pray to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob,
Mhm.
or did he pray to a total different God?
He prayed to the Father. We don't know who the hell the Father is, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Did he pray?
Hold on, stop.
So did he pray to the same God that Abraham prayed to?
Stop. Listen. The Old Testament tells you there was a time when man began to call upon the name of Yahuwah. Jesus Christ walked around this earth 33 years. 33 years. Like Craig Daddy said, he had a choice. He never not once mentioned the name Yahuwah, his father, allegedly. That's the point, humble. These are the things that have to be understood concisely and precisely, because when you fail to understand the grievances of these matters, you cannot show the distinctions without a difference. You begin to colloquialize information and then internally group them as one. And this is where even the denominations, hold on, listen, even the denominations show you that they're not all worshiping the same thing, because the Torah says put no all or no mighty one before the Father. But then they're going down to Mary.
Let's take this slow. Let's take this backwards real slow.
Which believes in the
Jesus come from the house of. Hold on, real fast. I got you, boy. So Jesus come from the house of David.
No.
So we know.
No. No. Or is that a question or is that a statement?
No, that's a statement.
No.
Yes, he do.
Show it to me. Prove it.
So who he come from the line of?
Show me. And no, don't ask me no question.
You said prove it to you. Got you. I got you.
Yeah. Show me where Jesus come from David.
Hold on 1 second. I got you.
I need clippies, fire. All these cookies right here. Save all these cookies. Because I'm telling you, Humble, don't do that to you. Don't do that to you, bro. We need all these cookies right here. Save all these. This guy is tripping. He said Jesus came out of David. Don't go to no New Testament telling me nothing. Because you can't even show me where he got a daddy. See, this is the New Testament is what makes it metaphysical. This is where you get your Batman, Robin, Superman can hit the ball like Humble can. This is where you get to see superhero action from in your New Testament. I'm waiting on you, brother. Oh, yeah. I'm like the Macho Man in that thing, man. Pitbull the 144, y'all know what it is. Shout out to the Ring of Fire. Shout out to the Fire. Shout out to Chosen. Shout out to the brother Humble, man. We're going to take a quick YouTube ad break.
I'm here, y'all.
Information.
Listen, y'all know I'm here, y'all. Hey, Fire, share this for me, Fire.
Real talk. Oh man, he finna get some water and not ice water. It's ice water here. I know it's ice water. You ain't finna show me Jesus. None of that. In the Old Testament, nowhere, bro. At best, you can show me the son of Nun, and that ain't Jesus. That ain't Jesus. Jesus is a man.
I'm gonna show y'all why I said what I said earlier about knowing the scriptures, right? Better than my brother Pitbull.
Come on, show me Jesus in the Old Testament.
I wouldn't imagine. I wouldn't expect him to know this because he Old Testament only.
Oh, you finna go to the New Testament to show me Jesus in the Old Testament?
No, I'm going to the New Testament to show you where he's from the line of David.
Man, get out of here with that. That ain't gonna work, brother. Because he's telling you in the same New Testament, he ain't got no daddy.
But just because we know that his father, because we know, or because the text says that he comes from the Spirit, right? Was
what?
John? Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Right? Yeah. Was his father Joseph? Was Joseph not his stepfather?
Bro, ain't no stepdaddy mean you ain't drop no seed in nothing.
Was he his
Hold
stepbrother or
on.
not?
Listen. This is what I'm trying to figure out to you, bro.
Come on, man. See, this is why I say these brothers be trying to put their own interpretation on the text,
ain't
man.
no own interpretation because we finna get to the facts of the matter. So in the Hebrew culture, when it comes down to inheritance, ain't no stepsons, bro.
All right.
Ain't no
whatever
stepdaddy.
he is, he
Slow
related
down.
to He related to King David through Solomon.
Humble, let's talk about it, brother. Slow down. Let's deal with this Hebrew customs and culture. So
no, man, now you don't want to deal with your Bible. Let's deal with what your Bible say.
No, it ain't my Bible. I've been disannulling this thing for a while now, and I'm still standing. But here's what you can't do. You can't come on YouTube and try to express your deep love and confessions for the New Testament and trying to colloquialize it into the...
I made it no. You know what just happened, Pitbull. I made a statement, and you told me go back up my statement.
Yeah,
so if I said his brain, I'm gonna back up the statement.
Did I not tell you not to bring me no New Testament? Don't bring me no Paul.
What you mean? Don't bring you
no Paul, Matthew, Luke, John, because ain't none of them gonna show you where he got no actual daddy to get no lineage.
I'm bringing you Samuel.
Stop.
I'm bringing you Samuel.
Stop, brother. Samuel ain't talking about no Jesus, brother.
What?
Samuel ain't talking about no Jesus.
Let me read it. All right, he ain't shared. Let me read it. The New Testament gospel claimed Jesus descended from King David, the line to fulfill the Messianic prophecy like 2 Samuel 7, 12, and 16, and Isaiah 11 and 1. The gospel genealogies. Matthew 1 traces Joseph's lineage back from David through Solomon, structuring in the symbolic sets of 14 generations to emphasize royal kingship. Luke 3 traces a different line back to David through Nathan, another son, often interpreted as Mary's biological lineage. So whether we go from Joseph or Mary, he come from David. Now prove me wrong.
You just proved yourself wrong, brother.
Prove me wrong that he don't come from David.
Everything that you just said.
I proved that on his mother and father's side, he come from David.
Brother, how the hell could he come from David on his father's side when Joseph ain't his daddy?
Bro, so you keep saying that as if Joseph didn't act as his stepfather.
That stepfather stuff don't get you no lineage,
yes,
brother.
It do. So why was if the stepfather stuff don't get you no lineage, then why was Moses? Hold on one second. Hold on. If the stepson don't get you no lineage, why was Moses raised as royalty in Egypt? Why wasn't he raised as a peasant?
Moses had a Hebrew daddy. What are you talking about?
No, he did not have a Hebrew.
What are you talking about?
Bro, get out of here, bro. He said Moses' father, and when he went to Egypt, Moses' father was Hebrew. The Pharaoh at the time that raised Moses was not Hebrew.
Are you out of your mind?
Bro. So now you got to show me
Exodus 2:1. Exodus 2:1. A man from the house of Levi went and took a wife, a daughter of Levi. Crazy. Keep reading.
Pharaoh, we're talking about. Did they raise Moses? I'm talking about who raised Moses.
Brother, he was raised in all the ways of the Egyptians. Show me one Egyptian thing.
That's the point I'm saying. Those were not Hebrew people.
Brother, show me one Egyptian god that he followed. Show me one Egyptian thing practical that he did. Show it to me.
The Ten Commandments.
The Ten Commandments ain't no damn Egyptian.
Yeah.
Are you crazy?
Bro, so we can't find 10 of the, we can't find 8 of the 10 Commandments in the 42 Confessions of Ma'at.
A confession in a law is 2 different things, brother.
Come on, now we know how they structure. You know
that.
See, this is where y'all fall on y'all arguments, bro.
It ain't no falling on no argument.
This is where y'all fall on y'all arguments.
No. Here's what you're not gonna do. You're not gonna be able to.
See, now you're gonna try to keep it strictly Bible after trying to get all historical with it.
This is the facts. You can't cross. I've been telling you that you can't cross the 3 books and try to say the Old Testament saying what the New Testament saying. Now I'm trying to say you can't contextualize and cross the confessions of my with the laws of Yahuwah. You can't do it.
Yes, we can. You
And
know why we
you
can do that? Hold on real
listen,
fast. You know why we can do that? We
listen,
can do that because we
well,
see in history during the emergence of the Israeli people, they
Man,
were
we ain't
taking
talking about- ain't
customs
no
and culture
Israeli.
from other people.
Exactly.
One
That's
of
why
those
you got these
people was tend
Ashkenazi
to be
Jews.
Kemet.
Listen, and that's why you got these Ashkenazi Jews fitting the narrative of the synagogue of Satan, the
Bro.
Gentiles that are trodden down, and that must they be fulfilled. So again, when you get to talking how you're talking, this shows again, and it proves again that you lack the knowledge thereof of what's going on. I gotta take a little break.
This,
I got,
go ahead. But this
yeah,
proves that biblical history don't align with actual history. When we go into the Bible and we trying to make things work, but then when we go back to history, we see things don't line up. Just how I just showed with the when the brother was just saying that the Hebrew pharaohs, that was a Hebrew pharaoh. There wasn't no Hebrew pharaoh that grew up, or Moses didn't grow up in a house with a Hebrew pharaoh. And in fact, we find out later on in the Bible that he grew up in a house with an Assyrian pharaoh. So it's like, man, but when we go to history, how did they get? We was yesterday. We was talking about a stele. I forget the name of it. We were talking about not a stele. We was talking about a stamp, a seal. Damn. We was talking about a seal. I forgot his name, but we was talking about the seal of the dude. And he was saying, well, how can that be the seal of that person if he got unks on it? As if historically, Kemet didn't have contribution with that land, like they wasn't influencing the people in that land. So then when he turned around, when my brother Pitbull turned around and asked, well, how did they get 8 of the 10 confessions if it sound different? Because we know they were taking other people's culture. This is how we also find a Code of Hammurabi up in there. This is why we find certain historical things inside of the mythos. But when we take the history things out of the mythos, and then we just follow the history things that's in there, then it never lead to this biblical history. It never lead to that timeline. And we got to stop acting like it do. We got to stop acting like we can jump into the Bible and the Bible validate history and the history validate the Bible. They do not validate one another, not at all. The Bible disproves itself in Genesis when it talks about Abraham walking around with camels, as if they domesticated camels in 2000 BCE. If he even, that's taken into consideration if he even lived in 2000 BCE. See, we supposed to throw that under the bridge, right? But then when we deal with the New Testament, it's, oh no, you can't, that. But yet you want to stick with, oh well, Abraham was riding camels and stuff. We gotta get it together, man. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I got y'all. This nigga Fire went to sleep on us. I'm about to die.
So this is why we gotta get some. This is why we gotta get some commercial breaks up in here. So we sitting here chilling, man, throwing on some commercial breaks. This is also. I ain't bring it. I don't know.